Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. This is Coffee with Lavender, and I am the Lavender Lady. How the heck are you? I almost said something else, but that's beside the point. Yeah, and today we've got today we've got a little something going of what does it even matter anymore? Does it even matter anymore? It's just one of these rants I had going when I was feeling like Jesus Christ, is there any point to any of it? We've got some of the stuff going on in the green room too, which kind of dovetails into it. Great to see all of you, and believe it or not, OBS is actually working today. Yes, yes, absolutely. And I'm going to even show you how it's working. How do you like that? And with us today, as is usual, oh, yay, 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 I love the usual. We have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hi, dear, how are you?
Hey everybody, I'm still not exactly awake. But hi.
And then, of course, we have Mom Nato. Hello, dear. How are you?
Hi, sweetie. I'm good. Hi, Kate. Hi,
Hello.
And then,
Tornado. Hello,
and then,
everybody.
of course, yes,
Have a good day.
there is the tornado pelt. We have to mention the tornado pelt. Can't leave the tornado pelt out. Oh
My
yeah!
baby pelt.
Yay! And here
How
we
goes
are.
it?
Hey, little bit this, little bit that. Good for me, good for you. What am I talking about? I have no idea.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, darling. Yeah, you betcha.
Oh
One of
my!
the
You
things
know,
I've
I have
been doing.
never heard a Swedish person actually talk like that.
I actually had a Swedish friend who would say, we'd be, I don't know if they did it because it was a joke, but we'd be doing something and he'd be like, yeah, I want to go do this. Yeah, you betcha. It was hysterical
There.
because
What
he
the hell
did it
was
in
that?
he had such an accent when he talked in English anyway, but
My. And then
he'd draw it
But that,
out and go,
the
yeah, you betcha.
but that yoingy boingy foingy doingy thing that
I
they do,
know.
I
bork
mean,
bork
that's not,
bork.
I don't think that's real, and I don't know where it came from. Because like, my favorite band is from Sweden, Roxette,
Mhm.
not ABBA, shut the fuck up. And I've seen
Hey, I
my
like both of
fair
them.
share of interviews, and they do not talk like that.
No,
Well,
he did it on.
So,
someone else who does not talk like that, someone with whom I'm familiar, is Marty, as in Mortimer 81. He is a
mm,
Swedish national living in Sweden, and
But he sounds like he's an American.
yes, he does. It took me a while to finally discern that yes, that is the tiniest bit of an accent that I'm hearing there. But
Mhm.
it took a while to actually
Well,
identify that that was there.
you have to keep in mind that the Americans have shoved English down, or American, I should say,
Yeah.
down everybody's throat until the point has become that in order to do a lot of commerce, they have to speak American. I'm not even going
Yeah.
to say it's English because we have changed the language so drastically from actual British English.
well, but at the same time, I've heard, and I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that the way we speak right now, at least as far as the accent is concerned, is far closer than like to way back when the original English
Hmm.
accent to
It
what they
is.
have now, the way they speak now.
And then,
Well,
well,
they've got
And
I
what is
honestly, I'd say that what we've done is taken English and turned it into English 2.0. We've added
hmm
improvements, like not
right.
having extra U's in our words.
aluminium.
And the one thing I've heard, or actually not heard, I've seen it in print. There are those who maintain that the Elizabethan English, the English of Shakespeare,
Hmm.
sounded more like Kentucky or Tennessee, to where it was it would have sounded like to buy or not to buy. That is the question. One of those
That's
deals.
crazy pants.
I don't know if that's the case or not because I don't have a time machine, and you know, I would have to answer truthfully if Ken asked me, were you there? Uh, so
Nah,
no, were you?
nah.
Oh Christ! I actually had somebody do that.
Ah, cool, I found a great ball.
A what?
Cool.
A what now?
Great
Pokemon.
ball, I'm playing a Pokemon RPG.
Oh,
Okay
okay.
then.
I have
He
a
should reiterate
sarcastic
that.
nine ball. If you look
He,
here,
Oh
you've heard of the
my!
magic eight ball. This is
Mhm.
the sarcastic nine ball.
Ooh.
Is it?
Okay,
What's
give
it
it a
say?
shake. Give it a
All
jiggle.
right. All right. Well, we need a question first.
Okay.
Is Ken Ham an asshole?
Oh, well, let's have a look here. It says just Google it.
I like it.
Is Pinky and the Brain smart?
Oh, here we go. Fine. Well, duh.
Okay then. Yeah, that works. I like it.
I thought Brain
Actually,
was the
I think
smart
that
one.
I think Pinky is a Sith Lord, like Jar Jar.
Oh God.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh my word. That's interesting
yes.
that there's a nine ball now. That
Mhm.
was actually my favorite game to be played on the pool table. Was nine
Oh,
ball.
for crying out loud, Columbia, quit your bitching. If you want attention, sit on my lap.
Yeah. Cat.
Come
Shut
on,
up,
you are
Clarion.
welcome. Come on, you're welcome. Get. Oh, she stares at me blankly when I try to make, come over here,
Yeah.
gesture. She's like, what the frig are
See,
you doing?
I'm actually my cat is actually relatively smart. If I go, he'll come to the chair, and if I snap my fingers, he'll jump up onto the chair.
Well, it's not like Columbia's not smart. She knows the signal for you're about to be fed, which is a double clap.
Yeah.
But come here, you're welcome to sit on my lap and have affection lavished upon you. For some reason, that boggles her. But is she
Mm.
smart enough to recognize I'm going to be fed, and being petted is something she enjoys, and if the purrs are any
You think she
indication, it's
learned?
true. Yeah, you'd think she'd figure it out, but no.
Yes, I now have a kitty cat trying to snuggle up against my microphone.
Which is
Yeah.
why I keep hearing purring noises.
Mm,
Yeah, you can't really hear him purring.
yeah.
He's not loud enough. Unlike Loki, Loki is the motorcycle of the family.
So you're saying Loki is not low key?
Right.
No, he's not low key. He is very high key.
Oh, this is interesting. Shadow Kitty says the Chesapeake Bay accent is the closest to the way the founding fathers spoke. Now, I don't
Now
offhand.
that's Maine, right?
Say again?
They sounded kind of like
Is
this.
that Maine? Chesapeake Bay?
Chesapeake,
Yeah.
that's Virginia, isn't it?
Virginia.
Chesapeake
swear
Bay is
that's-
Maryland.
Maryland, okay, okay.
Is it? Well, maybe I'm
Yeah.
thinking of something else.
My
Maybe there's
dad
more
took
than
me
one.
to Baltimore. I should know that.
Maybe there's more than one of them, but I swear to Poseidon, it's well.
Baltimore
guess
is right
so.
next to Chesapeake Bay.
So what the hell am I thinking of? Because there must be something that sounds very similar in Maine.
Let's look here. See
Mahone
what we
Bay.
can find.
No, that's
Okay,
in
we've
Nova
got a
Scotia.
whole bunch of the fjords over here.
Oh, whoops. Yes, there's an E at the end of Maine. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, we've got this little thing going
cat.
up toward
Cat
Bangor.
Yes, cat hair in my face. Lovely.
Oh, good morning. Yeah.
Those of you on the West Coast, it's 9 o'clock with Lavender.
I don't know. Maybe I'm mixing it up with Penobscot.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I was
Penobscot, or
just
however the
wondering
frick
there.
that's
Yeah.
pronounced.
Penobscot.
Is it? I got it right the first time? Good.
Yay.
I think I could be wrong, but then again, I'm pretty good at pronouncing a lot of the Indian names down here. So
So what's happening in the Chesapeake Bay then?
just the accents.
Yeah,
Oh,
Shadow
right,
Kitty was
right,
mentioning
right.
the accent.
Yeah.
And I actually used to live in that area, so
Oh,
I
I know
nice.
what it sounds like.
I'm trying to remember if I've ever been to Virginia. I
Maryland.
don't think I have. Maryland, Virginia, it doesn't matter. I'm been to either one.
I've been to both, so
Yeah.
I've lived in
Haven't had enough
neither.
caffeine yet. Hmm.
And then, of course, we've got nearby. We've got the wonderful island of Newfoundland, and the wonderful town there by the name of Dildo.
Gildo?
Dildo.
Dildo. Oh my.
It's-
I wonder if they make dildos there.
Someone must.
They're known for something, but it's not dildos. I forget what it is. Nadine was talking about it at one point. I don't know if you know Nadine or not. The crafting person who lives up in Newfoundland, and
So a Newfie then.
The foreign island, they have 5 p.m. What is the foreign island?
the foreign island.
What's according to Robert X?
I'm guessing England.
That would have to be because if it's 5 p.m. showing, it would have to be east of me, for example, and east of the rest of you. And,
Yeah, way east.
Yeah, about 5 hours
Doesn't
east,
London run on
basically.
Greenwich Mean Time? I thought London ran on Greenwich.
Well,
does.
I think they call it. I'm trying to remember if they call it Greenwich or if they call it UT or if they call it something else. The one,
Zulu.
that too, yeah. The one time zone has so
GM
many names.
Yeah.
GMT is Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's what I hear the most.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I must be running around in different circles because I hear UT more than I hear GMT.
Which would be Universal
I
Time.
don't know. When people say UT, I think of Utah.
Okay, which is a
No,
place
I
I
hear
really
UT,
don't want to
I-
go.
I've been there once. I was actually at American Atheist when they held it in Salt Lake City.
Ah,
Yeah, the only thing I think of when somebody says UT is they're forgetting the S in the middle of it.
And also University of Texas is UT.
okay, Robert
Germany.
X is answering
Most
a
of Europe
question. Okay,
Yeah,
with-
Germany, but most of Europe is on GMT. So
Yeah,
they should be
GMT
saying,
plus one.
Yeah. Okay, whatever the hell you're doing, knock it off.
Oh man.
yeah.
I
so we
do
should
not
be
know
saying,
why my phone does this.
Uh,
It's
Guten Tag, Guten Abend to Robert X.
yay.
Yeah. Ohio gozaimasu.
There
Well,
you
that's
go.
good.
I wish Ohio would just go.
Konnichiwa.
Okay.
Eh,
Konbanwa.
I'm trying to remember her name. I think it's Connie Schultz. I don't mind her. I have nothing but good things to say about the way she handled the discussion between Hitchens, Gomes, and Kushner. But other than that, it's like Ohio can just go burn. I'm out of
yeah,
there.
every time someone mentions what's his name, Jared Kushner, what is it? Every time someone says his name, I think of Ashton Kutcher.
Oh, are you thinking of Harold Kushner?
No,
When bad things happen to good people?
no.
Oh, are you thinking of that Kushner? Oh, what the hell is his name?
Isn't it like Justin or no. Well, Ashton Kutcher is an actor
Yeah.
from that 70s show, but Jared Kushner.
Jared, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can go burn.
I don't know who it is, so.
He's Trump's son-in-law.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We need to he needs to be
Sterilized for the good of humanity.
yes.
Okay.
What'd she say?
You know, that's
daughters and
that's
son
say again. Oh,
and Trump's son.
yeah. Well,
and
that's
daughter.
a question that comes to my mind, and because I don't look at these things most of the time, Did those two even spawn yet?
What, Trump's spawn? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if Trump's
Kushner and
spawn has
Ivanka.
spawned. Let's hope not.
No, well, what the
That
thing I'm
not.
thinking is that it would be more likely that, okay, were Ivanka to produce spawn, it would be fathered by her father rather than her husband, but that's another story entirely.
Yeah, can you believe the shit he says and gets away with?
It's,
I know.
yeah.
It's disgusting.
Well, the thing is, like there was this interview I saw with a bunch of people on the street at a Trump rally.
Mhm.
And what's clear is they don't care about anything he stands for. They care about him. That to them it's just I love Trump and that's it. There's no I like his policies, I like this, that, and the other thing. There was even one woman where she said, "Oh, here's a bunch of things I wouldn't put up with." And a guy points out, "Here's all the things Trump has done that are exactly what you just said." And she goes, "I don't care."
There you go.
In other
It's
words,
dumb.
promoting a double standard.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
And I've seen in print an article mentioning the Christian far right and Trump, and the whole thing is they support him because he gives them what they want.
Well,
And
I
as
heard they
in,
support him because they genuinely think he was sent by God.
well, there are some of them who
Which
do.
is crazy.
Mm.
Yeah, there are
Well,
some of
unless
them
you
who
mean
are so
sent by
totally
God,
crazy
the
that
plan-
You know, my mom used to tell me that Obama was the Antichrist, and I'm sitting here thinking, no, Trump is the Antichrist.
No, Shatner is the Antichrist.
Okay, a minute. I gotta
Kate
go.
has spoken. Yeah. But yeah, the policies Trump promotes and the things he's shoving through whenever he can on his own are the things the evangelicals want that they've been denied for decades and now they're getting from him. So he could fuck Ivanka in the middle of Fifth Avenue and they wouldn't care.
Hmm. I don't know. It's like if they had their way, they would genuinely crown him as emperor of the U.S. and eventually the world.
They're working on it.
Yeah, they want to, but also part of it is just that so many people feel emboldened to like crawl out of the shadows and show their true colors as like neo-Nazis and shit, probably thinking that Trump will last forever. That he gave them license to be open about it. But when Trump cheated, now we know who all of you are.
Yeah, I just hope that there will be a chance for us to do something about that.
Well,
Oh
depends
yeah,
on
apparently
whether or
they
not the election goes the way I'd like. That matters a lot.
that matters a
they
lot. The other
actually
thing
did
that
not
matters is
ban
whether or not we
Trump.
have an election
Well, yeah.
and whether he vacates his office if he is defeated. And
If
all,
he
all those
loses,
things.
I don't think
Yeah.
he won't have a choice if he loses.
Well, I mean,
I
he
don't
may
know. I really
do his
don't
best.
know.
He may do his best to stay in office, but a lot of people are like, the Secret Service will drag him kicking and screaming out of the White House if he tries.
Okay,
Yes.
so he has not bought them yet?
I don't
Oh,
know.
no.
I don't
Hi,
think
Johnny.
so.
How you
The thing
doing?
is, Trump,
Johnny
if
Drive-By,
he,
right?
yeah, Trump cannot stay in the White House if he is not elected again.
Yeah. Thing is, like, I actually
And-
heard, and I don't know if it's apocryphal or not, that Trump would like he offered, I will leave office in exchange for immunity for me and my family.
I've seen
Yeah,
that in
'cause he
print.
knows. Like if he like I think the main reason he would choose to stay in office, to try to stay in office, is to prolong the prosecutions that will fall on him the instant he's not
Right.
protected by the presidency.
Right.
He's scared
He
to death
has-
of that shit.
Yeah, he has
Yeah,
like
well, he is.
17 court cases pending against him that they cannot prosecute him for because he's the president.
Well,
and
never
I'm
mind the fact
seriously
that
hoping he tries to get like sanctuary from a foreign country and to watch the humiliation as they say no and kick him back out.
Mm-hmm.
that would be
Because they
beautiful
will
because
say no.
yeah, he is terrified. At least I don't think that the stuff I've seen in print is apocryphal, where he's said, "Oh gods, I'm fucked," and my term is over, and with evidence coming out and additional charges and things like that, especially before the whole impeachment thing
Mm-hmm.
started and as it started.
Mm-hmm.
Now he may be
See,
a little bolder. Hmm?
I wonder if he can be tried for treason after he's no longer president.
I don't
No.
know if a treason charge would stick. It's really, really difficult to get a treason
Mm.
charge to stick. Because were Julius and Ethel Rosenberg convicted of treason? I don't think
Probably. They
so.
were executed, weren't they?
They were. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I cannot remember what the charge was, if it was treason or if it was espionage. Um,
someone got
Oh,
executed.
yeah. Um, oh shit, Wikipedia's being obnoxious about it. What were their names? Julius and
Julius
something?
and Ethel.
Ethel.
Rosenberg.
Well, I got the Rosenberg part. Convicted of spying on behalf of the Soviet Union.
That's okay. That is what I thought. I thought it was espionage rather than treason. I has to look now. What's really interesting is who was the last U.S. citizen convicted of treason.
Treason.
Well, I hope it's whoever decided to let Shatner into the country from Canada.
You really don't like
right.
Shatner, do you?
You got that
Shatner's
idea,
evil
did
must be
you?
destroyed for the good of all humanity. It's him or us.
Oh my.
Oh man!
Okay,
I hate when
United
you try to
States.
find a simple fact, and the article you find is a wall of frickin' text, and all you just want is the fact.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Well, that's not treason against the U.S. That's against the Commonwealth of Virginia. Okay. What I'm seeing here, it appears to be a person by the name of Kawakita, sentenced to death for treason in 1952, but eventually released by President John Fitzgerald Kennedy to be deported to Japan.
Right.
Oh, here you
That's
go.
what I'm seeing too.
Only one person has ever been executed for treason against the federal government, William Bruce Mumford, who was convicted of treason and hanged in 1862 for treason for tearing down a United States flag during the American Civil War.
Okay, now that's a little extreme as far as I'm concerned, but
Well, yeah, I think so too, but
It's funny, like the methods of execution that have been used are interesting. Some of them,
mm,
hanging and beheading until we started having firing squads, and then the electric chair, and then lethal injection. And like, did you hear about the guy recently who is like he's a death row prisoner? And he was saying, I don't want the lethal injection. I want a firing squad. And his
oh my
reasoning was that the drugs that they use
god.
for lethal injection, like the original company that was making them went under or something, and so people have been coming up with these experimental cocktails that are
Right,
not as good and significantly painful to go
right.
through. And he's just like, no, you shoot my ass.
no
You
way.
know?
So the execution whatevers, I don't know what you would call them, death squads or whatever, they're not able to get hold of the sodium thiopental.
whatever it was, they're not using it anymore.
Oh my, because okay, that could be problematic. Because what I remember of the three drug cocktail that they used to administer, first of all was the sodium thiopental, also called sodium pentothal, the anesthetic just to knock the person out, and
Hmm.
then the pancuronium bromide, form of curare, to paralyze the diaphragm, stop the breathing, and then the calcium chloride to stop the heart. But
Well, I
this
mean,
person is
that's
anesthetized while the other two are going in there and doing their work.
well, as I understand it, that doesn't work anymore. Like, even if you're anesthetized, you feel all of the pain that comes with it, and the pain is not just lungs and heart. The pain is like an all over burning, and some people have survived it.
Ow!
Yeah.
What, the lethal injection?
And so, I mean, like, I can understand wanting a firing squad, instead.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, definitely. And then, of course, okay, if what I understand to be true is indeed the case, I would ask for a military firing squad because,
What's the difference?
as far as I understand it, a civilian firing squad has only one live round. A
Hmm.
military firing squad has only one blank. Or
Ah.
possibly they're all live.
Well, yeah, and I heard that, like, what, they have multiple rifles or multiple guns or whatever, and, like you say, most of them have blanks and there's one live round.
Yeah. Um,
So, like, as I understand, the person, like, the people doing the shooting don't have the guilt of knowing they're the one who killed the guy.
yeah, that's the way it's put as far as I
But
remember.
honestly, that would haunt the hell out of me if I was one of those executioners. Was I the one?
Mm.
That would haunt me for a long ass time.
My thing is, if I were to ever have to deal with that sort of situation, I'd say, look, I want you to get it over with. I don't want a military firing squad. I want a frickin' tank.
The
Mm,
military firing squad would actually be more efficient.
yeah, I mean, granted, I understand that, like, being blown up would be fairly instantaneous, and I mean, like, what if the firing squad shot you in a non instantly lethal way? Because as I understand it, they're not supposed to aim for your head. So, I
Right.
mean, I don't know how long a person can hold on after being shot in the torso, but if it's not an insta death, I'm not sure I'd want it.
Yeah.
Well, either that or a rocket, either that or an RPG. If I were to have to deal
Mm.
with that sort of situation, it's like boom, get it over with, and hey, it would look really cool.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like I
Okay.
remember there was a guy back in the 80s when we all thought we might get nuked by Russia. Guy was saying, I don't want to survive the nukes. Paint the big X right on the top of my head because, bam, instant. You wouldn't even notice it.
Yeah.
Whereas, if you're surviving in the nuclear winter wasteland, it's not going to be as fun as Mad Max makes it look.
Well, I am one of those people. It's if we're gonna
Yeah.
get bombed, I would rather it fall right on my head than me being outside the blast zone, and now I've got to experience the end scene from what's the one with Jason Robard?
The day after,
That's the one.
Yeah. I figured it was either that or the Quiet Earth. Um,
Oh, wait a minute! Wait a minute! You've seen the Quiet Earth?
no, I've seen the cover of it.
Oh,
I've worked in video stores. I walked past it literally thousands of times.
at least knowing what it is, I'll just shut up now. But you're probably one of the what 3 people I know who know what that film is. I love that film.
Hmm. But one thing I've noticed, and I realized that, like, things change with the times, where in the 80s we all thought we were going to get nuked, and so post-apocalypse stories were almost inevitably post World War III, post nuclear World War III. Whereas these days, every post apocalypse movie I've seen has been humanity was wiped out by a virus, except for the few people who were immune.
Yeah.
It used to be nukes, now it's viruses.
Okay,
Mhm.
Well,
okay.
now it's probably going to be nukes again.
Well, what I want to
Oh,
see
we're
is
still
what
working on
happen.
viruses.
Well, what I want to see what happens with dystopian fiction. Is it going to become, become being subsumed by a fascist empire or some bullshit like that?
Well, that's not really post-apocalypse, though. That's just dystopian. Post-apocalypse is the civilization is wiped out. Like humanity is now living in a wasteland. There
Mm-hmm.
are no powers left. Whereas getting like absorbed into a totalitarian regime is dystopian rather than
Yeah, well,
post-apocalypse.
that's why I mentioned dystopian. Now,
Yeah.
if you want post-apocalypse, okay, go for who caused it, and okay, is it going to be the president of the United States in that fiction?
Well,
You know,
could be. I've always found interesting stories where like humanity has totally gone to shit, except for that one either orbital or floating paradise city where a bunch of people live. Battle Angel Alita or Elysium or any of
The
those.
100.
the cloud minders. Yeah, well, yeah, you probably don't want to hear about that one, but
Or I mean, like it's not a floating city, but the Hunger Games even like
Mhm.
yeah,
like plays on
okay,
the same theme without the specifics being exact.
yeah.
Right.
This is
Personally, if I were in charge of the whole Hunger Games aspect, it's like, listen, we have to be a united country. We can't just have districts where people live in poverty. We have to have all the goods shared among everyone
wait.
equally.
No. You're saying we can't have that? We already do.
Mhm.
I mean, come on, kid.
Well, but the difference is that it's not enforced with like walls or anything. Because
Yet.
usually in these dystopian fictions where you have people living in poverty, like they cannot pick up and leave. They
Right.
can't go to another place. It's always like, no, we are the ruling class and we are protected from you either by a floating city or big honking walls or some way of
Guns,
keeping out the
whatever.
riffraff.
Yeah.
Whereas here in this country, at least, if you can afford it, or even if you can't, you can at least pick up and leave wherever the hell you are.
Yeah, and well, unfortunately, the places to which you can run are fast disappearing, and I'm looking at you, gentrification,
Yeah.
because
Well, I mean,
when you come down to it, the base cause of the necessity of my leaving the place I was in before I was here was gentrification, and the people were buying and holding on to these properties because they saw the developers buying them up at tremendous profit to them, and it took longer than they thought. And while they were draining us dry and letting the buildings go, and it finally got to the point where they become uninhabitable.
yeah, well, I mean, a lot of it is like I wax nostalgic about Seattle still because it was a great town when I was living there for 20 years. But part of why I left is because a lot of my friends were moving away because they couldn't afford to live in the city anymore because it was becoming gentrified because people were going around buying up land and putting up really expensive condos and all the fun like independent stores and coffee shops and everything were going away in favor of the chains
Yes.
because people were like, "This is a cool place to live." It's like in
It was
Portland,
becoming
Oregon, they have the
Yuppieville.
keep Portland Weird campaign because people like that it's a place to be yourself, to have indie stuff, to have all of that stuff. But of course, like it's been this big chase around the country where all the indie people are fleeing from the yuppies and all the yuppies are trying to live where the cool people live because they want to be part of that scene. And everyone's like, no, we want to be our own thing. And you people are making it worse. So we're going to go over here and be indie over here. Ooh, the indie people are over there. And it's just this big like I say, a
rush.
chase around the country of the cool kids trying to get away from the corporate assholes and the corporate assholes wanting to be part of the cool kids. It's so
Yeah.
frustrating.
Now, in the process of the gentrification in Seattle, were the coffee shops that were becoming the chains building into the buildings with the multi-thousand-dollar per month residences?
Not usually, but that takeover hasn't happened yet, but it's coming and
Okay,
it's started.
because
So,
here
I mean,
here in a neighborhood called East Liberty, which is right next door to where I used to live, there was a great deal of public housing, and that was, of course, taken out in order to put in housing units that were could be up to $7,000 a month. With
Oh my
the
god.
yeah, actually, and what's really funny about this is the developers were saying, okay, well, yeah, we can build these, and the people working at Google will live here. They can afford it because Google was right across the street. And the thing was, the Google people couldn't even afford it.
Wow.
And then when they were building these buildings with the units, they were building the Starbucks into those buildings and
Hmm.
the other cool stuff, because they knew exactly who they wanted living there.
mhm.
And now the Google people are going, hell, we can't afford it.
Oh, right, right.
Find
Did
other people.
did I say that some of those units were running $7,000 a month?
You
Yeah. Oh
did.
my
Yeah, okay.
god.
I couldn't remember whether I did or not. And they are empty currently. Strangely
Well,
enough.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah. I
I've
wonder
heard of those
why.
things happening fairly often where people build something up expecting weapons grade profits from it, not realizing that nobody can afford it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
That happens a lot.
I expect this to happen in Homewood, where I lived, and let's see, Garfield and Larimer, which were right next door. Some of the stuff is being built in Garfield right now, and I expect that it's going to be rather high priced, and few people are going to be able to afford it, and everything else, and they're just going to ruin in the name of improving.
Mhm.
Hmm.
My
Uh,
big question is, where does it end?
Well, it doesn't.
right.
I mean, that's the thing. As I say, it's this big chase around the country of people trying to live in the hip happening places and ending up destroying them instead.
And the thing that's going to come in is that other developers are going to come in because these other developers that built these $7,000 condos are going to end up going under because they're not getting the money they thought they were going to get.
All right. All
Mhm.
right.
And then they'll look at these units and go, well, nobody's ever lived in them. Nobody's ever going to live in them. They're too high priced. Tear them down, waste all those materials and everything else, and then build cheaper, more economic units.
Which is weird because it's like, well, we
That's the
already have these units. Sure, they're high end, but why not just lower the rent? Wouldn't that be more cost effective than building a new friggin' building?
it
Oh, you
would be, but
can't do that. You'd be admitting
yeah.
failure. Well, and the other
Hmm.
way you are as well. But
What they'll
um,
probably do is gut the insides and remodel because the
Which
outside is still
still doesn't make
livable.
sense.
well,
I
the
mean, it still
outside.
doesn't
Oh
make
my.
sense. It's like just let people live there for cheaper. Granted, I mean, you don't have to make it shittier to make it more affordable.
I know, but
If I were that person, I'd say, here, look, what you can afford is what you can afford. If you can't afford $1,000, if you can't afford 7,000, you don't have to pay that. You just have to pay what you can afford to live here. That's the
unfortunately, that won't
Well,
work. That won't
yeah,
work.
that'll never work.
Wait
It's
a
a
minute.
darn shame that people don't think like that.
Well, logic usually isn't
People
how.
don't want to admit that the poverty level in the United States is going up,
Oh yes.
They don't
Mhm.
want to. They don't want to
and
admit that
that,
the poverty level is too damn high.
I
well,
mean, number wise, the poverty level is what would have been considered a reasonably good living in 1980.
yeah. Um, here we go.
Well, I mean, actually, I was just watching a YouTube video from 1981 of Bernie Sanders on the Today Show, and he was talking about how while Vermont is a great tourist destination for all the skiing and everything, the people in Vermont can't afford to ski
So,
in Vermont.
yeah.
I mean, cross country, yes, but not the downhill stuff. Like you couldn't go to Stowe or Killington or any of that and afford it if you lived in the state. So, yeah.
Let me see. Okay. That's not the building I was thinking of, but um,
Why
okay.
can't we just not gentrify?
Okay.
Because
Because
people are fucking greedy. That's
there
why.
you go.
You
You said
could.
in a slightly different way what I was about to say.
Mhm.
Thank you very, very much. The
You
only thing
could.
that's going to come out of all of this is that people like us are going to have nowhere to live.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's the
The
kind of thing
current.
Well, this is why we need to eat the rich.
The
This,
current poverty level for the 48 states in Washington D.C. for one person is $12,760 a year.
that's already more less than well, it's less than I received, but not by much.
We are $3,000 underneath that
Yeah, you
per
said
year.
12 something, right?
Yeah, we barely make 9,300,
Yeah, what I get is about 13.3.
and we are almost $9,000 below the two-person household because that's 17,240.
And here's the thing, I'm rather disappointed that whoever is doing the bean counting hasn't wised up because
Hmm.
effectively to be able to afford to live as a single person you need a lot more than 12,000. Two
Yeah,
people need a lot more than 17.
yeah.
um,
You in 1990, I was happy making $25,000 a year working full time. And I was considered middle class income.
okay.
It paid all my bills. I had money left over,
Oh, here we are.
plenty of cash. But the price and the economy has gone up and up and up and up to the point that, that $200 I spent on groceries barely filled one cart today.
Yeah.
I
um,
remember in 1990, $200 would fill almost two carts.
okay, that's not working.
Yeah. I don't know. I
we can't
prices have
go.
gone up exponentially. If they
Hmm.
like
Yeah.
if they followed inflation, that'd be one thing, but they don't.
Well, a single head of broccoli at the grocery store today was $3.49
That's crazy. It's not
for
even that
a
much
12
here in San Diego.
12-ounce package of cut up broccoli. It was $3.
Are you getting fresh
Yeah,
or frozen?
I'm fresh.
Well, you gotta get frozen. Like a decent bag of frozen broccoli is about $1.
Yeah, the chopped up
Mm,
stems, which work pretty well as far as that
I'll have
goes.
to look at. I might have to send TC to the store to look for that later.
Yeah,
Because seriously, like buying frozen vegetables, it may not be as good an eating experience, but it is
Mhm.
far cheaper.
Oh,
yeah,
excuse
at the
me.
Squall Mart, I can get a bag of chopped up broccoli for under $1. The problem is,
Mhm.
it's nothing I want to serve to anyone.
Hmm.
Right.
I
I'll
mean,
be honest,
I'll
I
eat
can't
it,
tell the
but
difference. What once it's cooked, I can't tell the difference.
Right. Well, I'm probably not going to cook my broccoli. Oh,
Well,
excuse
there's
me.
my thing too. I don't cook the
Yeah.
broccoli that often. Maybe lightly steam it. How's that sound? And
I'm just
Well,
gonna eat it raw.
no,
I usually just throw it in a stir fry pan, frozen, and let it cook that way.
yeah, I'll
But you know
do
me and stir fries.
either that
Mhm.
or I'll throw it into soups.
Mmm.
And
Ooh,
if I
cheddar
make a
and
lentil
broccoli
soup or
soup.
something like that, I'll throw all
Oh.
kinds of shit in there.
Oh no, cheddar and broccoli soup. Oh, that sounds so good.
Oh my, it is, and I haven't made any in a long time. But
Mmm.
okay,
Well, I had
something's
to sit
really
there
wrong with
and
this. I'm
look
looking.
at
Hmm?
I had to look at a lot of stuff today at the iron content in the food.
Let me just put it this way: Mom is going to be ingesting enough iron that she could smell tea.
No, but I need to get my iron levels up to an appropriate healthy level so I don't have to constantly take iron pills.
I was gonna. What do the iron pills do to you?
The big C.
Ah, ha, 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 ha. Yep.
Yeah.
Wait. I gotta look. I gotta see what's going on here.
That's hysterical.
Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I saw that on
So,
Facebook. There was no way I wasn't sharing it, especially since we're
mhm,
talking about food and vegetables and all that.
yeah. Well, and I got salads, I got broccoli, iron enriched bread, or vitamin enriched
I
bread.
was gonna say, yeah, the B vitamins especially.
Mhm.
What is there out there
Well,
that is iron
I'm
enriched?
actually not suffering a deficiency in the vitamin B, which I was kind of surprised. It's just my iron and vitamin D levels because I don't get enough sun because I crisp and because my house is completely shaded.
Oh, there you go.
Mhm.
Can you get spinach for cheap at all?
I didn't see any fresh spinach in the store today.
Okay, because yeah, spinach is pretty good as
And
far as
I hate
iron goes.
canned vegetables. I hate
Oh man,
canned
so
spinach.
do I.
Blah.
Well, especially since they boil the shit out of it, and it's like trying
Mhm.
to eat wet
Well, I
toilet
did
paper.
find out sweet peas have a decent amount. They have 6%. One can has, was it 6 or 8% of the daily necessary iron intake. So that's pretty good for a canned vegetable. Um,
Okay, then, yeah. Now I'm looking
I
at this
got
thing, and something's really wrong with it.
yeah. What?
Somebody's lying or confused or some shit like this. One of the buildings, not the one I was talking about earlier, but one of the buildings
Hmm.
I was looking at
Uh
has
huh.
a listing at $994 a month, and they're looking at 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, 1,047 square feet. Pets okay. That doesn't go together. And the picture
Um,
includes a rooftop swimming pool. Okay, that definitely doesn't go together.
unless if it's part of the unit that anybody who lives in the unit can use the pool.
Well, okay, I'm accustomed to numbers like 1,500 per month for something like
Right.
that. At for a studio. No three
Right,
bedrooms,
but
three baths.
they may have had to lower their prices that much just to get people in.
Wouldn't that be interesting? I mean, it's still 5 times what I can afford, but
Right. But if they were, $7,000 a month for a unit, that is New York
oh
prices.
yeah,
A condo in New York runs 12,000 a month
yeah.
for some of them.
Well, I remember last time I was in Hoboken. Um, well, when my ex dragged me to the Yankee game, she went to Stevens Institute of Technology, so she dragged me into
Hmm.
Hoboken, and I saw some of the ads nailed onto the doors.
Oh
This was
yeah.
in 2007 that you were paying 1,200 for a studio.
Mhm. Yeah. I know the house I was in Maryland, uh, for a 3 bedroom, 1.5 bath house was almost 2,000.
Okay, then.
And this was in early 2000. Like 1999 is when we came back to the States. So 1999, it cost us $1,700 for a 3 bedroom, 1.5 bath in Maryland.
And this is where I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to say I'm frightened. I'm terrified.
Yeah.
Um, because when, not if, when the entire support system gets pulled, when there
Mhm.
is no HUD housing anymore, when there
Mhm.
is no social security of any sort, be it retirement or disability or anything like that. I understand, what are people going to do? What I think about most is what am I going to do?
Right.
I really don't fancy the idea of being out in the cold in January at minus 10
Mm-mm.
degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, that's
I
the
know what
only
that
good.
feels like, okay? So I
Yeah.
don't want it again.
Yeah, that's the only good thing about living here is that I own my house thanks to my mom. So it's just a matter of having the money to pay the property taxes.
Yeah. Yeah, housing prices on Long Island are through the roof, and I can imagine the property taxes are insane, just like they are in New Jersey. Yeah, the ex really wanted to move into her father's house when the day came that he died, and I don't know if he is still around or not. Um, he'd be just short of 91 now, and I know people who have lived
Hmm.
that long. But, she couldn't afford the property taxes.
Mm-mm.
I mean, Kirk Douglas hit 103.
Mm.
Moo.
Moo?
Goodness.
Moo.
I don't grok.
Oh, that's a word of assent that has entered my vocabulary.
Moo moo.
Moo.
Okay, from.
I
Give me
don't
context.
I don't know. I don't know where it came from. I started using it about 15 years ago, and it just stayed. It's crazy. Well,
It's
I'm
kind of like,
crazy. Let's
ah,
put it that way.
yeah, we're all crazy in some way or another. Mm.
Okay, Shadow Kitty is in New Jersey. Got the little
Hmm.
beach cottage in 2001, paid it off in 13 years, could not afford the rent by. Now, yep, pretty
Yep.
much. Yeah, my ex grew up in Warren County, um, right across the river from Easton, Pennsylvania. So, Shadow Kitty, that'll give you an idea of what we're talking about there. Um,
I might be able to sell my house here in Florida for 60,000.
yeah, but what could you buy once you did that?
A smaller house.
Yeah, the size of a matchbox?
Well, see, the thing is I live in a 3 bedroom house. 3 bedroom, 1 bath, on 3/4 of an acre.
I'd kill for that.
Yeah.
There are times when I have to think about how damned lucky I've been when it comes to things like housing. I mean, um, like I never really planned on my parents making great investments and helping me out the way they have, because that was a new development.
You're lucky.
But when they
That's a good
but
thing.
when they did, oh yeah. Oh yeah, when they did, I was like, well, because part of me felt a little hypocritical, to be honest, given how much I'm an advocate of, like, people not having to be this lucky. But
Mhm.
I am not one to turn down an advantage if I have it.
Oh, right.
Just
No, I
yeah,
wouldn't. I would blame you for turning it down before I did,
yeah.
for you taking it. Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, I don't want to use this luck to the detriment of other people.
Mhm.
Okay then.
You know what I mean? Like, because
Hmm.
most people who end up rich seem to do it on the backs of the less fortunate,
Of course. I
and
mean, just look at the
and
U.S.
they
Yeah.
they want to exploit the hell out of it, and it's like I don't ever want to turn into that person.
And this is one.
Right.
This is where one of my fantasies comes from. When things get horrible, as they're going to probably during my lifetime, what would be an interesting protest? I mean, things are that bad enough that within the U.S. there would be a mass suicide. Millions, and then the rich are now looking and saying, "Whose backs are we going to live off now?" Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm really dark
it
when it
would
comes
be
to shit like that.
interesting.
Okay.
Like mass suicide or mass emigration or something. What would the rich do if they didn't have people anymore?
And wouldn't that be wonderful? Where
Well,
they might
the
actually.
problem is,
Hmm?
though, that they're so international. I mean, if they're like, well, we can't mooch off of America anymore, but we've still got our Chinese sweatshops and everything. So, I mean, like
Well, like I say, it's a
they'll find
fantasy.
another market, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, as I say, it's a fantasy. It'll never happen for many, many, many reasons. But
Yeah.
it's one of these things that keeps me from killing myself right now. Okay, I could just think
Well,
about it and smile.
I don't know. There are a bunch of thought experiments similar to this one that I've often wondered about, but have not, say, posted about, because whenever I do post this sort of thing, everyone does their damnedest to misunderstand it and not address the actual questions I was asking,
Right.
you know? And I'm
Yes.
like, for example, and this has nothing to do with the current topic, but I wondered, like, suppose, like, here's the earth, pretend that, and then for whatever reason we wake up and it's magically tilted the other way, so now the poles are here instead of here, and pretend this is the part where people would start flipping out at me because they wouldn't take this the way I intend. But they go, oh, well, if the earth flipped this way, the centrifugal force would make everyone splat against their walls and turn into a pulp. I'm like, dude, just pretend it magically happened that the poles are now 90 degrees from each other and it doesn't cause any other effects. It's just now we're rotating the other way. How would that change things? And don't pretend that it's always been that way. Pretend we just wake up and poof, it's like that without any, like, ill effects of the switch. But now what happens now that it is switched? And I mean, that's something where if I said it, people would not fucking listen to the actual question and would answer everything I hadn't asked.
So, if I were to think about it, pretend that it just happens magically and all of a sudden things are suddenly reversed, right?
That's what you said.
Not
Yeah.
reversed, 90 degrees.
Yeah, that would be a really, really interesting one because if the um, if the orbit of the Earth was not gravitationally locked to the sun, you'd have some real fun seasons.
Well, no, I mean it's still going around the sun the same way. It's just the
She's
globe
talking about
itself went like that.
Yeah,
the
but
rotational axis.
now your
Okay,
seasons.
you're not actually looking at the screen when I do that, are you?
Who,
I
me?
am.
I
Yeah.
am. I am looking at the screen right now. It would be
Okay.
orbiting. It would be orbiting like Neptune is orbiting.
Uranus.
Uranus. Because Uranus's orbital axis, its poles, are coplanar with the ecliptic, or almost coplanar. It's like 90 some odd degrees.
That would be terrifying.
Because the seasons.
That would make for some really fun seasons.
Yes. They're like.
For instance, you'd have 2 periods of spring and fall that where basically parts of the Earth get the same amount of sun during the spring. Basically, you have a part of the Earth where there are standard seasons, like wherever the 24.3 inclination towards and away from the sun. But instead of happening semi-annually, it would happen 4 times in a year. And then for the rest of the year, you'd see the sun progressively get higher depending on your hemisphere in the sky. If you're in the area like the South Pole, or if you're living near the equator, you'd see the sun eventually go towards the horizon, if you will, on the equator, and it would be like a 24-hour sunrise/sunset there.
But of course, as the title of this show goes, does anything even matter anymore? So does that? Oh my!
Well, no, it doesn't matter. It energies.
Yes, there you go.
If you will, like part for like one portion of the year, like say a 2-month span, the entire southern hemisphere is receiving sunlight, whereas the entire northern hemisphere is in total darkness. That would be terrifying. It'd be almost like Earth was tidally locked for those 2 months on either side of the sun, except it's still rotating. That would be terrifying because you'd have a 2-month-long deep freeze for parts of the northern and southern hemisphere.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens already, but
Yeah, it's just you'd have it in a different spot.
the Arctic Circle would have a greater radius.
Like, I mean, and it also matters, like, suppose this white spot here is the United States and it rotates like this. It would be completely different if it's still the United States, but it rotates like that.
Yeah.
You know, so like the United States could potentially just be rotated 90 degrees, but still having the same basic place on the globe, or it could be the new North or South Pole. If you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the physics of that one. If you could actually establish a new rotational axis, I suppose you could, but it would be really hard.
I'm not talking about if it's scientifically possible. That's why I said pretend it just magically poofs.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
See, and that's exactly the kind of misunderstanding. That's why I haven't posted this on places like Facebook, because no one's going to take it the way I fucking mean it. They never do.
Well, I will now because you finally hammered it through my thick skull.
But that's the problem, though. And if you try to do that in text, people start yelling and screaming and fuck youing at each other because no one will stay on topic. No one will let it be pounded into their head. Because, like, on the internet, everyone's first interpretation is the only interpretation.
I grew up
like
with
they will stick to their guns as hard as they fucking can to defend their mistakes on the internet.
Oh my! Have you been in the room when the discussion has been going on? Purple Rhymes with Orange has talked about this a little bit, where he's not constantly, but often enough misgendered from the rear. People who haven't seen his face yet. Or say, "Excuse me, ma'am," and then he'll turn around and there's the full beard. And instead of, "Oh, sorry, sir," they'll still refer to him as a woman.
That's bizarre.
because they have to stick to their guns. They can't be wrong. Um,
Well, and I mean that's the thing is like I've never actually seen Purple Rhymes with Orange like ever. I have no idea what he looks like.
oh, there's my understanding is there's going to be a face reveal next month once he's moved to Minnesota.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the reason
Yeah.
he's not done a reveal yet is that the town he lives in is so freaking small. Everybody knows everybody, and his entire family is there, and there may be repercussions, that sort of thing. And
Hmm. Well, I don't
Still, at
know.
least I
It is
tried it.
crazy though how people cannot admit error. Now, granted, I kind of understand it because there are a lot of people out there where when you're wrong, they don't let you carry off any dignity.
oh
You
yeah,
know,
oh yeah, I
the
know a couple
minute,
people like that.
yeah, and it's just like, well, you know, can I say oops my bad and have that be the end of it? No, of course not. No,
Yeah,
you've got to be ridiculed and shamed for getting it wrong. That it's something where it's like you have to be embarrassed by it.
yeah, I've been in a couple
And I mean,
situations.
granted, unless someone has been a royal jerk about defending their wrongness, usually I try to let people, you know, escape with enough face. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in some situations, a couple of them anyway, where okay, I might have done something wrong, performed some action the wrong way, or had a wrong outcome, or something like that, and something inconsequential, by the way,
Mm,
easily fixed. And I'm told, well, you did that wrong.
That
Yeah,
pride.
you're
Don't let him.
right. Here, let me fix it. That's not enough. You
Yes.
fix it and
mhm.
everything's fine, but it's still, you did that wrong. You did that wrong. 13 years later, you did that wrong. And it's like, hey,
Yeah,
leave
and
it
it's like
alone.
that is not going to engender good thoughts. That's not going to endear anyone to anyone. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like, well, let me escape with a little bit of dignity. The number of times I've admitted a mistake, and it was not, oh, look, Kate is willing to say, oops. Kate is willing to accept blame for this. It's been, oh, now we get to tease Kate, and I'm like, now I don't ever want to admit I'm wrong to you ever.
Mm,
It's like I don't want to endure that abuse. And so I'm either going to slink away or I'm going to defend it with terminal intensity because what else can I do?
Yeah, there you are.
You know?
But does it even matter anymore?
Mm, yeah, well.
Oh my. I have to refer to the title one way or another, you know?
Yeah.
My big thing is when flat earthers just won't admit they're wrong. Like, you have a problem with people saying, "Oh, be sorry about it. Be sorry about it." But flat earthers won't admit that they're wrong,
well,
which is the big issue.
well,
I
don't
mean, it goes
forget.
both ways.
Well, they still don't think they are. I mean, if you present facts to them, they'll be like, "Yeah, but that's just an illusion, or that's just what the they want you to think, whoever the frig they are,
Uh
and
huh.
all of that." And it's like they don't think they're wrong. They think every time someone shows they're wrong, it's a conspiracy, and they're not
I do
actually wrong.
remember one. I forget who the person was, but there is a story about one flurfer who did admit that he was wrong. I know it was a male. When presented with evidence, he said, "Oh, you've got a point there. The Earth isn't flat." The rest of the community pummeled him,
Mm,
basically forced him off the air, that sort of thing. And then the other thing is, okay, as you say, some of them simply will never understand that they are wrong. And then there are those like Jeranism who are making a tidy profit off being flat earthers, even though they don't believe their own crap. And
hmm
they cannot admit that they are wrong, that their crap is wrong because they lose their income that way. And
Well, and then there's a lot of religious people out there or formerly religious people where they have that moment of clarity and go, oh my gosh, it's all fake. But then they're like, I have so much time invested in this, so much emotion invested in this that
Mm-hmm.
even though I know I'm wrong, admitting it and getting out of it would shake my world so friggin' hard that I'm not willing to go through that.
Kent
Yeah, there you
Hovind.
are.
Yeah.
Oh no,
And I
nothing will
yeah, I
affect
think Ken
Hovind.
Hovind still believes it.
I mean, he can't perceive any of the consequences of his changing his mind. Um, I mean, for fuck's sake, that whole tax evasion situation and everything else. His wife divorced him over it, and he doesn't get what was wrong. And oh well, what are you gonna
Hmm.
do?
Well, I mean, oh man, the people who won't admit that something is their fault in a relationship, that no, I was a constant fucking delight. It was all them. And
Mm-hmm.
it turns out, you really examine it and it was an abusive relationship, no doubt.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I will tell you right off. I have said it more than once. I'm the one who ruined my marriage. And some years after the divorce was final, Sandra and I actually ran into each other at a Mensa convention. We talked it out and everything else. We both know I was wrong, but that didn't hate me anymore. It was kind of funny, actually. I went to the Pittsburgh RG, and which you would always
RG.
a regional gathering, more or less a convention, that sort of thing. And I happened to be standing in the hall of the hotel, and I hear from behind me, Eddie! And I turn
Hmm.
around to see this wall of woman running toward me with the arms outstretched and hoping to get this whole big hug. And hi, Sandra. So you don't hate me anymore?
Well, and I mean, there's not necessarily anything wrong with torpedoing a relationship. It just depends on the circumstances.
I wasn't very honorable about it. I was a serial philanderer.
Oh, I was not aware of that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, validation. You should have seen what happened with the shills last night.
Okay.
It's people like Validation Boy that make me want to become a misanthrope.
Oh God, let's not talk about that.
Well, I was at game night on Friday. I don't know. Did you mean last night or
No,
movie
he
night?
means last night.
Oh,
Some guy going off on how um, women should be fit and pretty, uh, and that if they're not, they're what did he say it?
They're holding a malicious disregard for the psychology of every man.
Oh,
Yeah,
what
shit.
And
does
yeah.
that even mean?
if they don't respect themselves well enough to be pretty and fit, then why should they receive any respect from anyone ever?
No
Well, I
wonder
mean,
I
for
get no
starters,
respect.
like pretty is a subjective judgment.
It's in the eye of the
Second,
beholder. Yeah,
even if it wasn't, unless there's federally funded plastic surgery, there's not a lot you can do about it.
right,
And even if there was something you could do about, I mean, nobody is owed a pretty face or a fit
right,
body. It has nothing to do with you. I don't know why a guy thinks that it's somehow his right to having hot chicks around.
Ow, 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 ow.
It just doesn't make sense. Not
yeah.
that it would, but it doesn't.
There
And
we
it's people
go.
like him that make me tempted to become a misanthrope.
Yeah, we got that already.
Yeah. Yeah, just totally off topic. It amazes me in 10 years of transition and decades of cross dressing prior to that, I still haven't figured out how to use a bobby pin.
Mm,
Oh, man.
You can use it for a lockpick in Fallout.
yeah, but not, you know,
Not for
in
the
real life
intended use of
with
keeping the
hair.
hair out of your face, yeah.
Well, I usually just keep my hair in my face, so
Oh, man. Yeah, when I'm.
2 words for thee, Diana. Buzz cut.
Ain't happening for many reasons.
Well, no, I meant
um,
for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, as far as all that, I hated buzz cuts when I was a kid. Um, and then even later when I was still trying to do the boy thing, um, there's this horrendous scar that runs over the top of my skull and down to the neck. Let's see. Okay, yeah, around this area here is where the indentation is, and that's where the flap of scalp was pulled back, so the neurosurgeon could hacksaw my skull open back in
Ow!
1976. Yeah, it was a little more invasive in my case than it was in Kate's. You lucky.
yeah, yeah, they drilled a little into my head, but they did not like saw anything open.
Yeah, in my case, they took, I think it was about an inch and a half square, maybe 2 inches, out of the skull. And then when they did that, the brain started mushrooming out. And they said, oh, look, a little bit of swelling going on there.
Mm,
I'm
yeah.
eating.
Say
Well,
again?
stop. Well,
I didn't catch what he had said.
he
He
said,
said,
I'm
I'm
eating.
eating.
Oh, okay,
Stop, I'm
okay.
eating.
I'm like,
I
well,
got a million of them.
no,
You want to
you
be
know,
you want to be not hungry in a hurry? I've got loads of shit, man.
think I just lost my apple.
I am so disappointed though. I heard that. In the stuff that went on back then, I spent a month in hospital over that whole thing, and the thing that disappointed me most is the most was I didn't get to watch, and number two, he promised me pictures and I didn't get any. I wanted to see the procedure. Really, I did. And oh well, what are you gonna do?
Well, that kind of reminds me of the time where I got a nail in my foot.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, I had a
Yeah.
nail. I was trying to. Some kid convinced me that they had fireworks in a secret treehouse of theirs,
Mm.
and they wanted me to step on a piece of wood, and I ended up getting a nail right through my foot,
I thought you were
or
reading.
in my foot.
I thought you were reading.
He put his food away.
mm,
I ended up getting a nail in my foot, and they had to do an X-ray on me. However, as I was going into the X-ray, I was all smiles.
Well,
Well,
if you'll
X-rays don't
excuse
hurt.
if you'll excuse the callousness, if you want to call it that, I've had several nails through my feet, and it wasn't all that bad, really. Um,
you know,
when I was
maybe it's just me, but you people need to be more careful around nails.
Yeah, really.
when I was rehabbing or trying to rehab that house, it was a lot of lumber that I was moving around and removing and shit like that, and it would occasionally end up where there would be a piece with a nail sticking up, and
You step
it
on
just
it.
fell there, and I'd
Yeah.
turn and I'd step on it, and it's like, oh,
Ouch, damn it.
I stepped on a nail. How do you like that? So I'll pick up my feet, yank the nail out of the sole of my shoe, and
Yeah.
take the shoe off, patch it up, and the sock is all full of blood already, and it's great, man.
Yeah.
So I remember what I was talking about before with the people who don't give a rat's ass about Trump's shit. This is from that interview I saw. I just found it in meme form. She's like, you can tell Trump hasn't done anything wrong. He'd be trying to hide things. And the interviewer's like, so if you were blocking witnesses, you'd think he was hiding something? She goes, right. And he says, but Trump is blocking witnesses. And she says, I don't care.
Okay then.
Ugh.
Okay
Like, I
then.
mean, this
Yeah.
was what, 15 seconds tops. And she just completely, ugh, how do you deal with people like that?
You
She
can't,
blew her own point out of the
unfortunately.
water.
And she knows it.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and it doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
It's just like good old Seitan Bruggencate. You tell him that, well, you just contradicted yourself, and he comes back with, well, what's wrong with contradicting myself?
Yeah,
If you're
really.
going to make a point, you have to be fucking consistent, you asshole.
Well, I mean, if he said that to me, I'd be like, you mean you really don't know?
We've tried that, and
Yeah, me, I'd start.
And we
I
know.
go on a super tangent.
we know what it's about. I mean, okay, you contradicted yourself, but he can't back off. So it's okay. Well, it's going to be all right if I do it for God. And with what's her name over there, it's okay if Trump does it. That same sort of what's the
Isn't
word
Seitan a
I'm looking for?
presuppositionalist?
Oh God, what's it called? Special pleading. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, yeah, that's 2 words.
Yeah, I had
Sorry.
well,
be
I don't
over
know.
here.
If you eliminate the space, then it's one word. And capitalize the P of pleading. Just like somebody's name.
Why would anyone ever do that with their name? That's
I
bizarre.
know. Oh, for the love
Hold
of
on,
Saint
hold
Gulag.
on. I just thought of a joke. Why did Kent Hovind get pulled over by Mortimer 81?
Mm,
Because he was caught spleeting.
I don't get it.
Bleeding.
The hell's spleeting?
Spleeting. Special
Oh, no, that's not clever.
That's kind of like element 82. Yeah, just lead balloon there.
Hmm,
I was
That's
trying to be
slightly funnier.
I don't know if
For
anybody.
someone to talk about making jokes that fail, so
Yeah,
you
I
know.
don't know if anybody says that stuff anymore. That went over like a lead balloon.
Oh no, I've heard it. It's not common, but I've heard it.
Someone actually built a lead balloon.
Okay.
Okay.
2 words. Mythbusters.
Okay.
Well,
I've never watched that show.
I haven't seen that show
Ooh,
in
hiss!
a very long time.
There is something I have been trying to find for a very long time. I saw it once and I cannot find it again. Like, the whole problem of like some people don't understand that a ton of bricks and a ton of feathers weigh the same amount.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Well,
oh
well,
God,
there,
so much
like
better.
I've seen videos of like there's that one British dude who's just perplexed by it, and he goes, but bricks weigh more than feathers, and he's just sort of like boggled by it. But there was one that I found once where it was all audio, but this guy was defending it with terminal intensity, yelling and screaming, kind of like Tornado does actually, and. He was just like, no, the bricks weigh more. The bricks weigh, and it was just like this
If a ton of
hilariously funny, like not just doubling down, more like quintupling down on it.
There
And,
you
and
go.
it was so funny, and I cannot find it again. All I can find is the guy being deadpan perplexed. And it's not fair. I want to find it again because it was hilarious.
If you
Well,
have
that's-
a ton of bricks and a ton of feathers,
Yes,
they
we
both
know.
weigh the same, damn it. They're both a ton.
That's what you said.
We know. But
Um,
the point being that like it was very funny watching someone try to defend it, and I
Yeah.
can't find it
I'd
anymore.
have to
And a
bend
lot of
over
that is-
backwards to pull that kind of logic.
and a lot of that is the misuse of words. The interchanging words that are not interchangeable, because I mean feathers are less dense than bricks, but that does not equal way less than.
Yeah.
And well, maybe
I
a single
mean, you'd
feather
have,
weighs less than a single brick, but other than that.
yeah, it's people. I mean, I get where the alleged logic is. It's just, wrong.
I have
Uh,
to break my
it's
back
kind of like,
stretching to that logic.
oh gosh, there was another one. I'm trying to remember what it was. I just thought of it, and oh well. Oh, I remember. I remember. It's the problem where it's like, okay, if you're 22 and you have a like friend, aunt, parent, whatever, who's 44, how old will they be when you're 44? And a lot of people go 88 because
No.
66.
you're 22 doubled. So they figure that the other person's age has to double as well, not thinking that it's an addition problem, not multiplication. And it's hilarious, again, much like the guy who insisted on the bricks and feathers, to watch people defend this as
Uh-huh.
hard as they can. It's hilarious.
Well, then there's the
You'd
other
be
one.
66.
The other one is when an airliner would crash on the U.S. Canadian border. Where would the survivors be buried?
Yeah.
My logic
Yeah.
would be, why would you bury the survivors?
Well,
Aren't
that's
you
the
supposed to
point.
That's the
bury the
point.
corpses?
Yeah.
That's the point. But yeah,
Wherever they died.
although there
Oh.
is that one, the poem about when I was walking to St. Ives, I
Oh yes,
encountered
yes,
this,
yes,
that, and the
yes.
other thing. And a lot of people assume that the other people are going in the opposite direction. Not that the guy who's going to St. Ives is walking in the same direction, but faster.
Right.
So the answer to the riddle, how many people are going to St. Ives, is I don't know.
There you go. Yeah, it's
Right.
somebody, whoever it was, many many centuries ago, who composed that joke or riddle. Yeah, didn't think it through. But I like what Mr. Shadow Kitty asked here. Is fuck
Huh?
ton metric or imperial?
Usually
Imperial.
it's metric. I've never heard anyone say an imperial fuck ton. I've only ever if someone
A metric
specifies,
fuck
they
ton.
inevitably say it's a metric fuck ton. Inevitably. So
Okay, now that
metric
we have
fuck
that
ton
one
of energy.
figured out.
Like the metric fuck ton of energy released by a single human, according to Bruce Lipton.
yes.
Oh, boy, boy.
I don't think Kate Farr heard of that scenario.
I just don't really care that much. That's all.
Destruction from Atlantic to Pacific.
Sorry, I'm browsing Facebook while we chat, and I'm seeing an article about the erasure of Elizabeth Warren continues. I don't even know what that means.
Huh?
Well, okay, it says here the media is ignoring that Warren beat Joe Biden, the Democratic frontrunner, and outperformed her final polling. Yeah, I mean, okay, she came in
Everybody beat
ahead
Joe
of
Biden.
Joe Biden, but her ultimate percentage compared to, say, Bernie and Buttigieg is quite low. So why would she get a fuck ton of attention for it?
Did she make it to 20%?
I'm not even sure. I think she hit 15 or something. I don't know. Let me see here. Of course, the immediate Google search, okay, 18% with 99% reporting allegedly. But that
Okay, that's more or
number,
less
the
what I thought.
99, has not shifted in days. I haven't seen a final 100% reporting result yet.
Okay, well, no matter where, I wouldn't expect a 100% return for, say, a couple more weeks. Because I've seen
Yeah.
so many situations where it's at 99 for like 3 weeks.
But I mean, like 26%, which is what Bernie has and what Buttigieg has, may not be double Elizabeth Warren's total,
But
but
it's a
it's
damn
still
sight
a
better.
lot. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not quite 10 points above, but she's not significant. So whinging that she's not getting a lot of media attention is pointless. it doesn't help anybody. I
Yeah,
mean,
I would rather see, instead of whinging about the particular candidate. Well, I think maybe I know what's going on here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but because she's one of the few ladies in the pack, and they're the only one anybody really pays attention to, that may amplify the horrible numbers that she's got. So, why are you erasing her? Why are you not paying attention to her? It's the same thing as
well,
Hillary. I mean,
well,
she
the thing
was.
is, I mean,
It's my turn. No, it's not.
well, but before, Mayor Pete started getting so much attention, Elizabeth Warren was kind of the Democrat darling for a while. She just flubbed pretty hard. It's all her own fault.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, you know, if anyone tries to turn this into an issue of she's a woman,
Oh,
I
please.
think they're barking up the wrong tree. It's kind of like I'm surprised that Booty Judge hasn't said, if you don't vote for me, you're homophobic yet.
Yet.
Well,
It's
yeah.
coming. It's coming.
Oh, yeah, of course it is. But I mean, I'm surprised that it hasn't.
Yeah, well, when his numbers start falling, I am expecting his numbers to start dropping. Even a little bit, say 5 points or something like that. Especially if he drops below Bernie. If Bernie does not drop along with him, then there's going to be what is it? Wailing and gnashing of teeth and all that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I'm not going to vote for him because he's married to a man. Just like I'm not going to, I didn't vote for Hillary because she had a vagina. And well,
Mm-hmm.
the same with Warren, and the same with Klobuchar. Okay. Oh my word,
Well, what Oh, yeah, I hate her so much. But what seems to boggle so many people when I talk politics is when I tell them I will not vote against someone, I will not vote for someone, I will vote for the candidate, and also not based on party. If a Republican showed up and started out Bernieing Bernie, I'd be like, well, they're a Republican, but look at what their policies are. Like the person whose policies most closely match my own beliefs, my own ideas of what should be, will get my vote.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not but when I say that to people, they're like, "Yeah, but Trump, we got to get rid of Trump." And I'm like, "Well, you want to get rid of Trump? Vote for the same person I do, bitch." you know?
It
I
does
mean,
kind
how
of
hard
work
is
that
that
way.
math?
Yeah, I mean,
But they don't seem to understand voting on issues rather than either fear of Trump or like along party lines, no matter what, blue no matter who. They don't understand it. They I don't know.
I don't know. I'm so conflicted sometimes. I mean, sometimes so I get it. I really get the whole thing, and sometimes I'm so comfortable with it that it's okay. Let's do that. And then there are the other times that I'm thinking, okay, when, not if, when um, Democratic voters blow it completely and Trump gets elected, I'm fucked, and it doesn't even
Mm,
feel good. Okay,
mm,
uh, who said it just recently? Um, the electorate gets what they deserve. The electorate gets what they deserve when they vote for, or whatever the hell it is. And I'm saying, no, you don't. I get what you vote for.
mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh, yeah. It was like I was saying, whenever people in foreign countries say Americans are like this, Americans think that, and I'm like, bitch, I voted against that as hard as I possibly could, and they got elected anyway. But don't lump me in with the Trumpedites.
don't lump me in. I've got to do a song about that, a parody song. Anyway,
Yeah.
but what is so sad is, okay, a lot of that block of one half who didn't vote at all, I know a lot of those people. Um, and one of them is my upstairs neighbor. I took her to the voting booth last time around, a couple times ago, I forget which one it was. Um, might have been 2018, but she sounded like she kind of got what was going on. But by the time we got there, she's trying to ask the booth attendant who to vote for. And I'm
Oy.
like, Nikki, it's not that way. It's not like that. And then
Ugh,
she's at the
yeah.
levers when she's doing this, and there's no turning back or any of this shit. And it's like, oh God, I'm never doing
Um,
this again. And she's,
I'm kind of pissed off I never got a chance to vote with a lever.
oh man, I remember
Neither
that
have I.
stuff. Well, I mean, they don't use the levers here at the senior center, but yeah, I actually voted with levers. Well, of course, my first election was 1976, so I've also done the hanging Chad. That
Mm.
was fun. Um, yeah, I was a horrible person back then. I mean, I registered Republican so I could vote for Bob Dole.
Oh, jeepers. You're not allowed to know me anymore.
Well, wait a minute, dear. That was, let me see now, 40, almost 50 years ago. Um, let's see, wait a minute. Yeah, 70 to 2020, so it would be 50 years. So that was 44 years ago. Okay. I was 19.
Wait,
I didn't know shit, man. I was comfortable. I
wait a
could be a
minute. Wait,
Republican.
Bob Dole. Did maybe I'm misremembering?
Or I'm
I thought
sorry,
he
it
ran
wasn't
in.
Bob Dole. Bob Dole was the vice president on the ticket. He was running with Jerry Ford.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I registered Republican in order to vote for Jerry Ford. Yeah, but that was my first election, November '76, and I remained Republican for years. I mean, much to my discredit.
Hmm.
I am actually ashamed when I think about it, and especially when I think that I was a Republican because I could afford to be. I
Hmm.
was doing fairly well socioeconomically at the time, so I didn't have to worry about where I'm going to get my next meal, or whether I'm going to have a roof over my head or anything like that. Um, I admit
Yeah.
it. I left the Republican Party when I became poor.
Which is weird to me just because there's so many Republicans who are totally friggin' poor, and yet they still think Trump is their savior.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Yeah.
Um, they will vote against their own interests in order to torpedo mine and yours.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's a lot of what it is. Like, I've been reading about the psychology of conservative mindsets, and part of it is just that they love bullies. They love to see people throw their power around as long as it's not in their direction.
Mm-hmm.
So like hating on gays and hating on trans folk and hating on other people, back in the 80s, it was the commies and all of that stuff gives them a high of some sort.
Yeah, and there's that article I was reading just a couple days ago about the evangelical love affair with Trump, and he's giving them what they want in the form of ridiculous policy. In the beginning, there was nothing, and then the Lord said, "Let there be light," and there was still nothing. But you could see it. I love it. Oh God, I love it. Yeah, but he's heavily favoring the policies that screw the poor, the queers, the brown people, all this other stuff, and they love that, and they love him, no matter what he does to them. They don't see it. Um,
It seems so strange to me, like the idea of there being certain people who have to be kept down. And I don't know if you read that or watched that series I was talking about, the alt-right playbook, but
Oh,
they
I haven't
talk
turned that
about
on yet. I looked for it and I bookmarked it, but I haven't turned it on yet.
they talk about how part of the conservative mindset is pecking orders,
Yes, yes.
is
Mm.
having like levels in society. The way they describe it is that there are sharks and there are minnows, and the sharks deserve what they have because they're sharks.
Yeah,
Right.
it's almost like Blue Blood or Royal Birth or any of that bullshit. And the minnows deserve what they get, which is eaten, because they are
Mhm.
minnows.
But
Um,
also, I mean, they also talk about how frightening it is for people who are a level above the bottom, or any number of levels above the bottom, who aren't necessarily sharks, how terrified they are of going down a level.
yes, I've seen that one
And
before. Yeah,
that's part of why they need people to hate, people to look down on, is because um they need to assert that they are not the bottom of the barrel.
yeah. I don't remember exactly how it was put, but you have the situation of the black guy, the poor black guy, and the poor white guy in the deep south. And the white guy says, "Well, yeah, we're both poor, but at least I'm white." Something like that.
Mm,
Yeah,
yeah, it's just, ugh, man. And I mean, I recognize the advantages of growing up with a privilege, but at the same time, I don't like the idea of privilege.
well, okay, I'm going to get into a lot of trouble for this. I have a hard time recognizing the concept of privilege. The reason is I can be white. I can be, well, I was at one time, reasonably wealthy. Uh, I could be, well, at one time I was a man, or I was trying to be anyway. But
Mm.
one tiny thing that doesn't fit in with what everybody else wants. Okay, let's say I'm an atheist. There's no privilege in the world that can help me. So I'm seeing exclusionary practices rather than privilege.
Well, the thing is that's changing, though. I mean, they point out how atheism is on the rise, especially among young people. So, I mean, atheism may not necessarily turn out to be a privileged position, but it might end up not being the down position, the automatic scorn position that it once was.
Well, yeah, then something else will step in to be the deal breaker. In other words,
Well,
it's
of
it's not
course,
so
but
much that I was naming atheism as the only one. It's that there's always going to be some reason to exclude the person you don't want around.
but I mean, that's the thing, though, is like it's not an individual hatred. I mean, if there was just one person going at fucking gays, like that, it'd be one thing. But it's an entire like political wing
Uh
in the
huh. Uh huh.
country
Uh huh.
hating on people, and that's where it starts to be a problem.
Oh yeah, it's. I mean, when I'm saying there's always going to be that one person you don't like or something. It's generalized really in my thinking. I'm just wording it shitty. Um, it's well even now. I mean that there's more. I can't say more equality because equal is an absolute, but
Mm.
there's more near equality. There is still the thing with exclusion of blacks from most sectors of daily life. Um, so there are it's a rotating thing. It's a merry-go-round where you'll have one that's the reason to exclude now, and then later another one will rotate in a position. Okay, we'll use that one, and well, for example, here's perfect example when gay marriage well, I shouldn't say that. I should say marriage equality. Finally, everybody knew that it's going to be a thing. That it's going
Mm-hmm.
to be not uh, discriminated against or whatever you want, rather than allowed. Um, Once that happened, okay, we can't hate on the gays anymore. Who are we going to hate on? Oh, let's hate on those trans things. Um,
Mm-hmm. Well,
and
I actually have wondered what's next after trans people become normalized.
I don't know. I
Who
don't know
knows?
when we're going to become normalized. To tell you, not
Well,
in my lifetime. I can tell you
but
that
still,
much.
I mean, how will the conservatives find, like, who will they find to punch down toward? Because they're gonna find someone
Yeah.
where
Mm-hmm.
it's like
Mm-hmm.
when it becomes socially unacceptable to hate on trans folk. Who's next?
Yeah. It always has to be someone next. And
Hmm. I mean, they'll always have Mexicans, but still.
yeah, they've been on everybody's shit list as long as I've been alive. Um, I remember, I haven't heard this one in so long, but when I was young, I would hear about the wetbacks.
Hmm.
Oh
I
yes.
I was pretty darn old when I understood who that meant.
Oh,
Because I
okay.
lived in the North. I lived in the
Mm-hmm.
Northeast. We didn't have this hatred of foreigners,
Yeah.
really, except for the French Canadians, because fuck those guys. But um, even so, it's like when I heard all these racial terms for a very long time, I didn't even know who they meant by them. And it doesn't help that sometimes, like across the ocean in England, the words don't seem to mean the same thing. Like, and I don't even know what Dago means, but I always heard it meaning Italian people.
Say,
But for
yeah.
some reason, it means Spaniards in England, or
Hmm.
I think it does. And I don't know. Not that I want someone to use that term, but it's just weird to me that it can be so different.
Oh man, I remember the entire raft of Dago jokes along with the Polak jokes and for
Mm.
example, the new Italian SUV or the new Italian all-terrain vehicle. They go through rain. They go through mud,
Oh.
and when they go flat, they go wappa 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 wappa. That sort of thing. So you bring wap in there as well, and I forget
Mm-hmm.
what the hell wap was supposed to mean. Um,
I don't remember either.
and another one I haven't heard in over 5 decades is DP, a displaced person,
Hmm.
holdover from
Now,
World War
apparently,
Oh.
II.
WAP means Italian or other Southern European. I've only ever heard it attached to
To Italians is
Italians,
what I
but
know of.
apparently, oh, wait a sec, I'm seeing here.
Hmm?
Okay, the etymology seems to be because now I always thought guapo in Spanish meant like handsome, but apparently it means dandy. And in Italian, it's only spelled slightly differently. There's an extra P in there. It means bold or showy. And so
Hmm.
guapo, wop is where it comes from.
Okay, so it's kind of like drawing from people like Oscar Wilde. Is that it? I mean, they called him
Hmm.
a dandy. Um,
Well,
Well, but it doesn't, but I didn't think Oscar Wilde was Italian.
no,
here's
he
another
was
term
flaming faggot.
Well,
that I have
yeah, but
heard.
the point is that WAP referred specifically to Italians and Southern
Mhm.
Europeans, so Oscar Wilde wouldn't qualify.
Right,
He
and
he would be a fop, is what he would be.
yes, absolutely. And Katsune Cavalier, I've heard
Yeah.
that one, and I think I've also heard it debunked. What being
Hmm.
without papers?
Oh.
Here's another
I'm not
term.
sure.
Well, I mean, they,
Derogatory.
they still thought that KISS meant Knights in Satan's service. So,
Yeah. Uh,
This means simple.
spick.
Keep it simple, stupid.
okay, but we're talking about the band.
Yeah. Well, another derogatory term that I grew up with, spick.
Oh
Oh, I've
yes,
heard that
yes,
one.
for the
Mm,
people of Hispanic
Hispanic.
origin.
the
Yes.
Yeah.
Hispanics, yes, Spics.
Yeah, you'll hear Archie
What's
Bunker
another
use that
term?
term
Yep.
if they allow the airing of those episodes anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah. Tornado, when we were talking about Knights in Satan's Service, we were talking about these guys.
Oh God, yes.
The band Kiss. Like back in the
Mm,
70s, conservative parents were flipping out about these guys,
yes.
thinking that they would lead their children into Satanism, and
Let's
they
not.
thought that the name Kiss of the band was an acronym for Knights in Satan's Service.
No, that's
and
not what it stood
what's
for.
really really funny when you go think about that, the conservative parents hating these people, not wanting to. Gene Simmons is so right wing. It's not funny.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Well, and let's look at Ozzy Osbourne, wasn't it? Who was biting the heads off bats.
uh, was he actually doing that? I don't
Yes,
Yes,
he
really.
was.
live bats, and he stopped doing it after one of them bit him.
Okay,
Okay.
that makes sense.
Oh,
He
did you hear
deserved
about that?
every bite he got.
And I'm sure I've mentioned it before, but do you remember there was a girl who was doing extreme things on video because that was her shtick, and she decided I'm going to eat a live octopus, and
Oh yes, I've
No!
seen
and
that
Oh
one.
it decided to wrap its tentacles around her,
didn't
and she
cut
could not
her
get it
eye.
off, and the whole video is her just flipping out, trying to
Yes,
get this,
yes.
I
like,
remember
this
you showing
octopus
us
off
that.
her face, and you could see, like, her skin was stretching as it wouldn't let go. It was
Yeah,
crazy
yeah.
Oh,
Why would
beautiful,
you try to eat
beautiful.
a live octopus?
because
She's
she
an
does
idiot.
extreme things online. That's her shtick, is doing
And she's
wacky
an
shit,
idiot.
like, yeah.
And if you'll excuse the phrase, wasn't she Japanese who were pretty crazy
Yes.
anyway?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's so funny to hear about, like, how conservative Japanese people are in public, and then behind
Hmm.
closed doors, some of the wacky crap they get
Oh,
up
I
to.
know.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love
Look at some of their
Japanese
game
culture in many
shows.
ways, but that repression and the way it comes out, because there are a lot of people who spend their lives being, the clean cut, button down, whatever, and
Hmm.
then, like, they let it out in some crazy ways when no
Cosplay.
when they at least think
Um,
nobody's looking.
oh, cosplay, where they can dress up and hide their faces.
Yeah, there's that.
Uh,
Although because they have it so repressed,
their
it
game
also comes out
shows.
in dangerous ways,
Their
like,
game shows.
well, I was thinking more like serial killers, but
Well,
sure.
that too. But their games, some of their game shows are downright dangerous.
Well, I
Yeah, there was
suppose
one game show
Oh,
Tony's
where they had
from
to
well.
recite
dead.
a
Serial killer
poem,
suspected. More
or
of
they had to
11.
recite something as fast as they possibly could, and if they made a mistake, they got slapped in the nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Not kidding.
Okay.
Well,
I'm looking over the Wikipedia page to see if there's actually a reason they named themselves Kiss. Oh, here we go. They came up with the name while driving around New York City. Chris mentioned that he had been a band called Lips, so Stanley said something to the effect of, "What about Kiss?" Which is funny because there's actually a Kiss style band out there called Lips, and I think they might be a cover band of Kiss, except I learned of their existence because they did a cover of Dangerous by Roxette.
Mm. Okay.
So, yeah, apparently the yeah, okay. Now I know that I've never actually looked up the origin of the name of that band, and I've been curious for a long ass time.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a question. Would it be horrible if I were to, like, turn off my camera so people don't watch me eat? Because I need food
No,
pretty
oh,
bad, but I don't want to leave.
No.
Heaven
Go
see the food.
eat.
Munch,
Okay.
munch, munch a bunch of
Munch
whatever.
is always good. Manja, manja.
There you go. Just like my Bob called it. You look thin. Eat. Babka,
You're too
I weigh
thin, child.
190 pounds.
Oh God, could my Granny Wimbeck cook? Oh my God.
Yeah, it's
And
amazing too when you think about it.
she would make enough desserts to last a week. And the thing is she'd make two sets of desserts, one that had sugar in it and one that used sugar substitute because she was diabetic. And we always knew the one specific shelf in the fridge was her desserts. We weren't to touch them.
Okay then.
And we were very good when we went to spend the summer with her and just yeah.
Oh, it's amazing when I remember
miss it.
Babka. Saturday was always baking day, so there'd be bread all
Yep.
over the place, and there would be the I guess you would call them a peach cobbler. It's not really a peach cobbler, but kind of like a peach cobbler. Sheets of this thing, and then the
A
colla-
How do
strudel.
they call it cobbler anyway?
I
Would be,
don't know
peach
really.
strudel?
Well, it's more or less like pizza dough with peaches laid on it and then baked.
That's a strudel.
Okay, and then there were the
She'd
kolaczki.
fold the yeah. Would she fold the dough over it and make slices in it?
No, it would be one
Just
big sheet with the peaches all over the place. The folded over stuff that was the kolaczki,
okay.
which were yeast dough, rolled into a sheet, and then you cut it into
Right.
squares, and you'd have
Right.
fillings like I don't know, prune filling or apple filling or apricot filling or whatever.
Right.
A spoonful of that, then fold the corners in. And then bake that
Right.
shit, and yum. Oh,
kinda
and the
makes a little
cream cheese
ball of
filling.
dough.
Oh my god, the cream cheese
Oh,
filling.
God,
Oh!
Yeah. No, my favorite thing, what my granny, she always made homemade noodles, homemade
So did Bobcat.
dumplings,
Yep.
homemade bread.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Every Saturday she would make homemade bread that would last us a week.
Yeah.
Fresh loaves of piping hot, wonderful bread that you'd get the first slice off it with some warm butter.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's always
you
best right
die
out of the oven. Now Bobka would bake the
Yeah.
bread in the round tins. She'd use the loaf pans. So that's for the longest
It
time. I thought that was
depended.
the only way bread came.
It really depended on what kind of bread my granny was making. She'd make white loaves, she'd make yeast rolls, she'd make wheat bread, and just all kinds homemade pumpernickel bread.
Oh
So,
man, it took a
have you
while
ever
before I
had
got any of
someone
that.
just like
Mhm.
like someone who just plain will not give you a straight answer to a straight question? And it's really frustrating because I used to go with my parents to the
Mhm.
Burlington Bagel Bakery in the morning, and
Mhm.
they would have the bagels freshly cooked where they're still squishy, like they don't feel like bread
Oh
yet.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I haven't been able to find that. So when I go to a bagel joint anywhere,
Mhm.
Seattle, here, whatever, and I would ask them, "Do you bake the bagels on the premises or are they shipped to you?" They
Mhm.
always seem to waffle on the question. I'm like, "Just tell me it's a yes no question. Do you make them here? Can I get them while they're still squishy?" Even if I tell them the story that I just told you, they
Mhm.
will not answer with a yes or no, and it is so fucking frustrating.
Yeah, you have to
Right.
wonder, what are you
Yeah.
guys hiding?
Mhm.
Oh, boy, shit. Um,
Uh,
but that's the interesting. One thing I haven't done yet, and I do want to do. Bobka would make her own noodles, and I remember the
mhm.
machinations that she would go through. Getting the
Yeah.
dough together, rolling it out, and then cutting a rectangle, rolling
Mhm.
that into
Mhm.
a roll, and then
Mhm.
slicing from the end, and then you'd
Mhm.
have the thing all rolled up and it's long, and you'd hang that.
Yeah.
I,
To
I
dry.
forget what she used. Um, it wasn't purpose made or anything like that. Nothing she used
Right.
really was. Um,
Well, my granny went back had an industrial KitchenAid mixer, one of the
okay.
big cast iron ones that you put
Um,
it down and you did not move it.
with the 55-gallon bowl and all that shit.
Hmm. And all of the fancy utility utensils and parts that go on it. She'd grind her own meat.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
She'd make her own sausages. Uh,
Well,
she had a setup that did noodles for her.
oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen the noodle makers, and you know what? I really don't want to do a noodle maker, at least until I've made the noodles by hand
Right. Well,
myself.
she couldn't make them by hand anymore. Her hands were
Okay.
arthritic,
Okay.
so she bought that part to go to her attached to her KitchenAid, so she could just pop the dough in it and it'd spit out what kind of noodles she wanted,
Yeah, and then
and then she'd lay them out to dry.
with the whole grinding thing, well, that's what the hand grinder, hand operated grinder was
Mm-hmm.
for, and that was my job on
Oh
Saturdays. By the
gosh,
way,
yeah.
I would I would grind the walnuts
Mm-hmm.
for the nut roll, um,
Mm-hmm.
and you bolted this thing on the edge of the table, and you had the bowl, and you crank it, and
Yeah,
then everything
under it
goes in
and
there.
grind the yeah.
I don't know if I still have it or not, but I had one for the longest time. It may have
Mm-hmm.
disappeared in one of my moves. I don't know. It wasn't.
Who knows?
It wasn't the vintage thing that I operated when I was 4 years old. But
Yeah.
no, and literally 4 years old. Bubka's got me helping bake and all this other shit. Well, I don't know
Yeah.
if you've seen the pictures or not. Where I'd helped where I'd helped baking the bread. And
Mm-hmm.
the fun part about it was that she'd mix up the dough in a stock pot. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then for the initial kneading, you got the hands in the stock pot, and well, it was a sticky dough anyway because it was more
Right.
like a pasca dough than it was a plain white bread dough. Um,
Right.
and yeah, you had that whole. Uh, okay,
Hmm.
I think you mentioned this at one time, Kate. Yeah, Bubka had a few things going on that, when I look back, they weren't the greatest, but overall, she was amazing.
Sorry, I thought I heard
Mm.
my name. I was washing
Yeah,
out my dish.
I remember you asking me or talking to me or whatever about Babka, and mentioning, yeah, there's these things you mentioned that are not exactly the best, but overall you dearly love her, and yeah, I was kind of able to overlook the Catholic stuff. She wasn't too over the top
Yeah.
about it. She wasn't Opus Dei, okay?
Hmm. Now my
More Bill the Cat Knight, was she? Sorry, I'll be over here.
yeah, no, my granny was a Lutheran and always carried her little hymnal around, and she did her prayers every night before she went to bed, and she did them when she got up. And it was standard to see her reading out of this little purple book before she'd go to bed.
Yeah, I'm sure that Babke had a similar what's the word, ritual, but I don't remember offhand exactly
Hmm.
what it was. The one thing I do remember is that for the holidays and everything, when we would go over the house and there'd
Hmm.
be like the 14 of us around the table, one
Hmm.
thing you had to have was Babka had to lead us in grace in English
Yes.
and Slovak. It
Mm.
wasn't complete unless it was in both languages.
Hmm.
Now my granny would do it in German, the Little Book of Calm.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Um,
You know,
she would always say grace in German,
I don't
and
even
for the
know
life of
how.
me, I cannot remember her grace. You know, it never stuck in my head.
mm, you know, one interesting little, I'm going to call it peril because that's the way it sounds interesting, but it's never really
Mhm.
actual peril. One of the perils of being a lifelong atheist, being raised without religion, is when you go over to someone's house for dinner and all the plates are down and your fork is halfway to your mouth and they go, and now it's time to say grace. It's
Okay.
like, uh, oh, right. And part of me wants to be snarky rude and just start eating, but
Mhm.
they're friends and all that stuff.
Yeah.
What's never happened to me though, and I kind of wish it would, is if someone says, "You're the guest," say grace. Because you know
Oh
what I would
my.
do. You know
Grace.
exactly what I would do. Yes, I would say the word grace and then start eating.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Now,
Yeah.
TC's idea of grace was God is good, God is great, let us thank him for what's on our plate.
Oh, see, I like rub a dub dub. Thanks for the grub. Yay, cooks. But that's just me.
That
You know.
one of them that I know of is almost the mirror image of yours, Tina. With God is
Mhm.
great, God is good. Let us thank Him for our food. Amen. Um,
Mhm.
and I'm trying to think of some of the others that you'd have going on. And this is the thing, though. You're always thanking the wrong guy. I mean, you should
Mm.
be thanking Jesus in the fields
Mm.
in coming north from Mexico. No, huh?
Mhm.
Of course,
Um,
why would
Jesus,
you
yeah.
think, yeah, why would you think anybody but the people who grew the food, who or grew
Mhm.
the ingredients, put them in the stores, sold them to you, and then
Right.
prepared them? Where did God come into this equation?
Right. Well,
right.
that is where the Japanese comment comes in. Itadakimasu.
Well, yeah.
If I ever have to,
Wait a minute.
if I kind of want to do that.
Itadakimasu is basically the Japanese equivalent of rub a dub dub. Thanks for the grub, yay cooks.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
It
Yeah.
there's another phrase that they say after eating, but I don't know that one.
Oh, I should know that one.
Uh were something or other.
Mm,
There's
I
one
should
I
totally know that
remember.
one.
Let me see if I. But itadakimasu is spelled similar to what it sounds like, but basically, if you've ever watched an anime and they sit there with the chopsticks in their hand and they clap their hands together right before they eat, bow their head and say something, that's itadakimasu.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay,
Because
It's a
then.
way of
traditional.
it's loosely interpreted as thank you for the food.
Like I said, rub a dub dub. Thanks for the
Yeah,
grub.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's funny. I was on Duolingo, the language teaching site, and the sheer number of people complaining that rub a dub dub, thanks for the grub, was not a valid answer to the translation of itadakimasu is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because seriously, people are genuinely saying, Duolingo, you need to change this because it's totally a valid answer. And they were like, we get what you're saying, but no.
Gochisa sama deshita.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
probably saying it
deshta.
wrong. Hmm?
Deshta.
Deshta.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. Gochisa sama deshta. Basically, it was quite a feast,
Mhm.
Okay, then.
which is a way of saying after they eat, thank you again. So,
Yeah. Certain cultures with their meals, like they have expectations, cultural little like quirks.
mm-hmm.
Like the places where I mean, here in the United States, you're told to clean your plate. But in a lot of cultures, and I believe Japan is one of them,
Mm-hmm.
uh, they are like, if you eat everything on your plate, it means that your hosts didn't give you enough, and so
Yep.
it's an insult to not leave at least a little bit on your plate. I'm
Okay,
like,
then.
A, that's wasteful, but two, if you do eat that much, If you're like, oh gosh, I shouldn't have eaten that much. I'm so full. You'd think the host would at least understand, yeah, this person overdid it because they like my shit so much. It's not that I didn't give them enough. I might have given them too much, but no, that would not occur
Mm-hmm.
to some people in certain cultures. And I don't
Yep.
know. It's like I was seeing a website of various hand gestures that here mean something completely different. Like there's a couple of places where if you give a thumbs up, you'll get beat up because it
Oh,
means
there's
something else
like,
entirely.
well, that's like chopsticks. Never, ever, ever spear your chopsticks into the food.
I don't know why,
It,
but you're
it's
not
cons-
supposed to
it's
do it.
basically saying that your food is shit.
Mm.
That
Uh,
their food tastes like shit.
Oh
Did you ever
no.
see the movie Mr. Baseball?
No.
Tom Selleck. Tom Selleck is like a
Mhm.
washed up professional baseball player, and so he's sent to Japan.
Oh
And at
God.
one point, he's eating with a Japanese family, and I forget what they were arguing about, but he like gets up to leave and bam, stabs his chopsticks into the rice, and the whole family flips.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was mostly just I'm storing these here rather than any kind of insulting gesture. But stabbing like that and then storming out is pretty bad.
Yeah, okay. Oh my. Yeah, you talk about Mr. Baseball. I like it when he was here in Pittsburgh, and it was a furry convention going on at the same time that St. Louis was here, and
Oh,
they they were in the same freaking hotel. Um,
oh,
so I've got to dig it out. I've got recordings of the play by play that Euchre was doing for an inning on two of the games, and it was so funny. Yeah, these people who dress up like animals. It's like, the
the
color
first
guy was
time
like, "What?"
the, the, the first time I heard about the concept of furries, I'd never seen one. And what I mentally pictured was completely different from the reality. Because, you've probably seen furries by now. They're walking
Oh.
around kind of looking like sports mascots, right?
Okay.
Hmm.
They put on a Disney character outfit or something similar, and they look like a big anthropomorphic stuffed animal kind of thing. But what I pictured the first time I heard about furries was something closer to cats, the play cats,
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
where
okay.
they get them up like that, where they kind of look like an animal human hybrid rather than just an anthropomorphic cartoon character. And honestly, I think it would have been much cooler if I'd been right.
Okay.
Okay, I think
Um.
it was earlier than that, Katsune. I'm trying to remember. It might have been like 2007 or no, after 2007, maybe 2011 or something like that. I
Okay.
will look it up and let you know. If you could remember, was there a furry convention going on at the same time?
Okay.
All right. It
Um.
doesn't matter if they're fursuiters or not. What I had described to me conjured up a mental image, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Stabbing your chopsticks into the food is basically a death curse because when the Japanese do a memorial for the dead, they put incense into a pot and it sticks straight up.
Um,
So it's considered insulting. You're telling the cook that you want them dead.
that's
Yeah. So
interesting.
yeah.
Okay, Kitsune, I looked it up. It was 2007.
Hey, Kitsune Cavalier. Is that who's on right now on the chat?
Yes.
Kitsune Cavalier.
In the
Hello.
chat, yeah.
I don't know. I have to admit I don't really grok furries so much. I have no disdain. I just don't get it. And I'm sure there's lots of things I'm into that people don't get too. So,
Yeah.
Well,
you
this is
know.
something that has me really interested in how everything works. Okay, because, okay, remember who and what I am. So somebody, from the outside would look at me and say, okay, there's a man who thinks he's a woman. well, somebody has said that just before she blocked me. Her name was Eve Kanainen. Uh, so someone from the outside may look at a furry person and say, "Okay, there's a human that thinks he's an animal. Could there be something shared between the two? Could there be something
Well,
similar? I don't know. I'd
wait
like
a minute.
to."
Do furries think they're animals, or do they just like dressing up as them and role playing it?
It depends. Some
Okay.
are of the first, some are of the second.
Yeah, my understanding is that at least some of them feel that they have an animal nature and
Mm.
perhaps are an animal stuck in a human
Trapped in a human
body,
body, yeah.
or
They were
I'm saying it all wrong
reincarnated.
because humans are animals anyway, but
A human or
Well,
animal stuck in a bipedal body.
I guess I can come a little close, actually. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is now because it was probably a decade ago that I last heard about it. But there is kind of I'm not going to say crossover, I'm going to say similarity um, between, say, like trans folks and furry folks. It's similar in nature, but you're convinced you're an extraterrestrial. And I'm trying to remember what the hell
Mm.
that's called, but I have to admit I related to that a bit just because human culture often boggles me. I always feel like I'm on the outside.
now,
But I've also mentioned that a lot of adoptees have fantasies about their birth parents. And you'd think most common would be, oh, I'm that orphan descended from royalty, and one day my parents will show up and bring me to rule the kingdom. No, no, far more common than that is the fantasy that my parents are space aliens. And believe me, I've been
Really?
there.
okay,
Really?
now
Yes.
Huh.
I have not had that sort of fantasy. I must be weird. Um,
I
because
didn't say
I,
every adoptee
you
has that
know,
fantasy. I just said a lot of adoptees have fantasies, and of those who do, the aliens is more common than royalty.
okay, because yeah,
I
it's
used
I
to wish I was adopted.
Otherkin. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, is or something similar to otherkin.
well,
Maybe that's
I've
what I'm
heard
thinking
the
of.
otherkin term. Yeah. Um,
Because I, when I was growing up, absolutely despised my mom's husband.
well, to my recollection, I mean, if I've heard you speak of it at all, he wasn't too enamored of you either, was he?
Oh no, he was a right asshole. um, Jim was verbally and emotionally abusive, and the only reason he was not physically abusive was because I threatened to have him arrested. The one time he tried to hit me with called a leather an electrician's belt. I don't
Oh,
know
Mm.
if
I know
other
what you're
people
talking. Oh,
knows what they
God.
are. It's a braided leather Talon, close your door, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
and, uh,
braided.
and and take another box of tissue in there with you. Will you? Anyway.
It's a braided strap that's about be, goes between 1.5 to 2 inches wide. It's about an inch thick, and it is used to hold tools for when you climb telephone poles and stuff.
Yeah, I thought
It
that's what
is
you were
not
talking about.
made for spanking, but
Yeah.
he wanted to spank me with it. And the thing is he wasn't going to spank me in public. I He took me into the downstairs uh, utility room in our house, and he was going to spank me there. And that really concerned me
Yeah.
Did you guys hear any
because
of that music I was playing?
It sounded
no,
like Final Jeopardy.
Yeah, that was the theme I was listening to. I hope we don't get copyrighted for that.
Eh, well,
but um, yeah. So I got loose from him, and I told him, you're not my dad. The only reason I call you dad is because my mom has asked me to. And I told him basically, you hit me with that again, and I will call the police and have you arrested for abuse. And he never touched me again physically, but
Ah,
the
right, right.
other types of abuse got worse.
Well, you know who Surus is, right?
Oh yeah,
No.
yeah.
And you know he's like living with 3 women
Right.
in this house
Hmm.
that, as I understand it, gets a little orgy-ish because they're all poly. But you know who Aaron is, the
Yes.
one in the wheelchair?
Yes.
Yeah, lovely person, by the way. Met her at Faithless Forum. Uh, and there's like pictures or video of me licking her face. Long story, but yeah.
Okay.
But apparently she'd been in like this weapons grade abusive relationship, and they
Mhm.
actually came and got her, like drove across half the country, came and got her, and like basically smuggled her away in such a way
Mhm.
that her ex could not interfere. And it's
Mhm.
an interesting story. Sirs has told it in a video, so I'm not like telling tales out of school here. But
Mhm.
yeah, hearing about the shit that she had to put up with for so long has given
Mhm.
me a certain amount of extra sympathy for those in abusive relationships.
Yeah. This
Mhm.
is this is the Russian guy that
I don't
was the
know. I
abusive guy,
know
right?
nothing about the guy. I just know she was in a bad place.
Okay
And
then. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, and it
Jim was the
wasn't
type of person who put bugs in our outlets to spy on what was going on in the house.
Despite the fact
Hmm.
that that's illegal.
Well, it was his own home. If he wanted to do it in his own home, nobody could stop him.
no, no. There's a problem though. Is what are you going to gain by sticking a grasshopper into an outlet?
Nah, I was thinking it. I was thinking it. I didn't
No,
wanna
not
say it because, I've
yeah,
been just
it's the
over here
electronic
for so long.
listening devices. How's that?
Cockroach!
Yeah. But yeah, it was
It was a cockroach.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, this
the other.
lasted from like when I was 9 until I was 18. My mom finally had the guts to divorce him, and I was like, "Oh, thank God." And I thought it was over. And then of course she turned around 2 years later and married Terry.
Also known
Oh,
as Mr. Propane Boom Boom Guy.
So
yes,
she's
propane
got
boom boom
excellent
guy.
taste in men, right?
Okay, my mom has been married. This is her ninth marriage.
Gee,
Wait, whoa, whoa,
her.
whoa, 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 whoa! She outdid Liz Taylor?
Yes.
Wow. I
Yeah.
hope they weren't all, like, big full production church weddings.
No, not all of them.
Because I mean, given how much it costs to put on a wedding these
Yeah.
days,
Yeah.
I hope, a number of them were, like, City Hall or
I'm
Vegas.
pretty sure they were.
Oh well, what's
But
really interesting is this isn't too long ago. When I lived in Homestead, my landlord's son-in-law married off two daughters in quick succession, basically, and he was up to his nose holes for about 500,000.
oh god.
He
Well,
never had that much to even think about spending, but he had to for that whole
mhm.
hyacinth bucket thing,
Oh,
the whole keeping
jeepers.
up appearances.
Mm,
Yeah.
well, I've never had a church wedding. I've been married twice, divorced twice, and that the last divorce was in my early 30s, and I will never get married again.
My whole thing is,
I
well, I want to find the right person.
Well, I thought your dad was the right person, and he turned out.
To be a complete and total tit.
Yes,
I'd rather find a left person, frankly.
There you go.
he was a total.
Well,
No, he's not a total asshole, but he has his asshole moments. I'll put it that way.
to be
But
Anyway.
everybody does.
to
I'm
be
gonna head
abs-
off. I want to do my own thing right now. I want to play.
Okay, see you later, sweetie.
Yay,
Bye,
have
guys.
fun. To be honest, um, well, not only am I in no, uh, not only am I not having any great desire to be married, I couldn't afford it anyway. I'd
Mm-hmm.
lose so much,
Yeah.
as far as benefits and shit go. No, I
Yeah.
couldn't do it. And I know somebody who did lose a lot of benefits that way, and well, he did it to himself. So
Well,
he
and
wanted to get
I
married and wanted to
just
get
So
married and lost half his benefits when he did.
so here's one thing I'm curious about, because having
Mhm.
never been married, I don't really know how this would work. But traditionally, the father of the bride pays for the wedding. But if you're in a
Mhm.
gay relationship,
Yeah, which one of you
hmm,
was the bride if you're in a lesbian relationship, for
yeah,
example?
or even two guys, neither
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
them is the bride either. At least with a lesbian relationship, you could debate the point, because
Mhm.
you
You're
know,
both brides, technically.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe the parents split it,
I would think
Or
so.
maybe,
That would make
or
sense.
maybe
maybe
people just buck tradition entirely and say, "My gosh, that's stupid, and I don't need something old, something new, something borrowed, or something blue."
that was part of where I was heading. I mean, there are so many who aren't doing the big wedding anymore, and there are those who are choosing to pay for it themselves.
Mhm.
Mm,
Well, I did
Oh, well,
Hey,
a
well,
Gig
wedding.
Room.
actually,
Hi. Yeah, yeah,
here's
yeah, yeah,
another
yeah, yeah.
question.
Yes, dear.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what if your parents are lesbians and you're a girl getting married, you don't have a
Uh-huh.
father to pay for the wedding?
Hmm.
Oh, perfect way. No, 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 no. I've got it. The Butch mom.
Well,
Mm.
I mean, I realize it's a stereotype that you'll have the butch and the femme, and they're
Yeah.
the lesbians that get together. But you know what? There are definitely some butch couples and some femme couples
Oh
and some
yeah. Oh
not
yeah.
really along
Absolutely.
either line couples, and
Absolutely.
yeah. I mean, the whole question: which one of you is the man in this relationship, and which one's the woman?
Oh
I mean, I know
jeez.
that straight people love that stereotype, but my gosh. Like
Yeah.
I'm
like if
trying to
if I was
remember.
still together with Flea, I'm not sure which one of us would have been the butch one.
Hmm.
I don't know if I read this or heard it or whatever, but yeah, there was somebody who was talking about, gets asked, okay, which one of you is the man in the relationship? And the answer was, neither of us. That's kind of the point of being a lesbian, which was
Mhm.
an actual answer to that stupid question. Um,
Yeah.
Well, that's like uh the propane boom boom guy decided that because I hung out with a girl all the time that I had to be a lesbian.
Oh, yeah, that.
And he's like, "So which one of you's the butch lesbian in the relationship?" And it's like, neither one of us is a lesbian. Just because I spend time with her doesn't mean that she's a lesbian or that I am.
mm,
Yeah.
well, the one thing
But
my ex would be asked many times,
mhm.
you've got to be a lesbian, right? Because she had a strong personality, and I'm understating that a little bit.
Mm.
Uh-huh.
But I guess a woman can't have. Well, I guess it's really the case that a woman cannot have a forceful personality. You've got to be a lesbian if you do. So yeah,
Well,
that
you know what's funny? Like one stereotype into which I do in fact fall is the lesbian with a lot of guy friends. Like
Mhm.
oh
like,
okay.
whenever I've moved somewhere, I seem to end up with a friend, and it doesn't matter if he's older or younger than me, it doesn't matter. He sort of fills the role of big brother, the
Yep.
big brother
Okay.
I never had,
Yep.
and I like, sometimes I feel like such a stereotype for that, but
Well,
I didn't
but
see
it's
you come in.
also
Hi, Lisa for Truth.
it's also pretty cool because, they're inevitably great guys, so, you know
Well, and that's I always had problems having girlfriends in school
Hmm.
because I never understood all of the drama llama that went on in school
Hmm.
because for one, being having been raised the way I was, I did not get involved with anybody in a relationship because I did not have a good sense of self-worth. You know, I was very much the withdrawn chickie.
Hmm.
But I had a lot of guy friends because, they were easier to talk to. They didn't do the constant, "Oh my god, I just broke up with my boyfriend. Life is so horrible." It's like, "Oh my god."
Well, all my female friends in high school were the opposite of that. They were not
Mhm.
the typical, like, high school movie drama queens.
Oh
Um,
god, I wish I'd known
and
more girls that weren't.
thinking about it, I'd say the vast majority of my high school friends were female. So,
Mhm.
I mean, because there was Mike, but then there was also Autumn, Tracy, Belinda, Allison. So, yeah.
I actually had a Tracy who was a friend who was a guy.
Well, that is a guy's name too.
Mhm.
Depends how you spell it, but yeah.
Oh, it was spelled Tracy.
Mhm.
And oh my god, he was
Well, the
absolutely
Take care, Katsune.
the one that
gorgeous.
the one that
Hi,
still knocks
Katsumi.
me out because I never thought it was like a guy name is the actor Stacy Keach.
Oh, I
Mhm.
have known. I'm trying to remember. It's either one or two male Stacys.
Hmm.
Mhm. But yeah, I used to have such a crush on Tracy. Oh my gosh, tall, thin, very muscular. Mm,
Hmm.
I don't know.
long hair.
Of course, now I'm thinking of you ever see How I Met Your Mother? The main character is Ted Evelyn Mosby.
Oh my goodness. How did
Yeah.
you get the name Evelyn as a middle name? Makes you wonder.
Mm.
Well, no, that's more common than you think.
Really?
Because the one of the composers I rather like is Charles Marie Widor.
Okay.
Charles
Mhm.
Marie. So
Mhm.
the whole thing's got to be some sort of family name somewhere that gets used as a middle
Mhm.
name. For the guys especially.
Well, I mean, but sometimes it's just a straight up first name that for some reason I don't know if it's crossing borders or if it's a time thing or what. But there are some names that we inevitably identify as feminine these days that weren't
Mhm.
always, like Lori, for example.
Oh
Mhm.
In
yeah,
English,
Laurie
it's
for
a guy
Lawrence
name.
or Laura.
Lauren.
Yeah.
But here, there's no one who would ever be called Lori and not be a chick.
Now, I had a
Well,
set of twin friends
actually.
growing up.
Well, you know what I'm
Uh,
saying.
they
No,
were Lori and Lauren,
Mm.
okay, because no,
and they were not identical twins, but they were a boy-girl twin set.
Mm.
oh, geez,
And
doing
his
one of those
name was
things.
spelled Lauren, Lauren, just like the girl's name is spelled Lauren.
Okay.
And
Mm.
uh, he actually used to get called Lore
Hmm.
because his sister, of course, was Lori, and they couldn't really shorten his name to Lori.
Right.
So they
Mm.
called him Lore as a nickname.
Um.
Well, one thing I that amuses the hell out of me is when names were common at a certain time in history and they've fallen
Hmm.
out of use. Like, most of the people I know who have grandmothers had grandmothers with names like Gladys and Ethel and all of that stuff.
Mhm.
You know, but we're coming up to a time now where grandmothers are going to be named Tiffany. You
Mhm.
know,
Yeah,
and
and I
that's really
And
cringe.
Dawn
huge.
Star in some of
Well, I'm
these
just
weird Willow and,
well, sure,
and
but I mean, I'm just picturing, like a kid going, "Are we going to see Grandma Buffy? Are we going to see Grandma Tiffany?" It would break my brain, but
There's
Are
eh.
we gonna go see Grandma Willow?
yeah, I mean
Well,
there's somebody I
Willow's
know.
not so weird though. It doesn't have that Valley Girl feel to it.
Um.
I mean there's
Oh,
somebody I
what's
know
another
who's
one?
eventually going to be a grandmother, and I can just hear it now. Are we going to see Grandmother Infinity?
Nah,
Are we gonna
I
go see
knew
Grandma
Infinity.
Spring?
Shit, like back in Seattle, I briefly like 2 or 3 dates dated an Infinity.
Hmm.
Uh, with a final I.
Yes.
Okay, that's the way Finney's name was also spelled. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. She was a weird one.
Mm.
Ended up going full blown evangelical Christian.
Oh, jeepers.
Oh my goodness.
No, the one I dated, we kind of broke up because at the time I was not willing to try pot.
Oh well, there you go, Amiga Nuts. Yeah, Leslie William Nielsen. There's
Mhm.
also
Right,
Brittany.
yes, Grandma Brittany, exactly. I
Hmm.
cannot picture a grandma named Brittany.
yeah, and there's someone in the film area who had a name no one would ever suspect, and I suppose that's why he didn't
Mm,
use it on screen. His name was
mm.
Marion.
That sounds
Hmm.
familiar. Who is it?
Marion Morrison, better known as John
Oh,
Wayne.
then no.
Yep.
Oh, then yes. Okay.
Okay. Beatrice.
Yeah, that's very old timey. That
Yeah,
one.
as a
Mhm.
matter of fact,
That
they
was my
are.
Granny Winbeck's name.
Well,
Beatrice Winbeck.
my mom's mother went by Gigi, but her name's Eleanor.
Okay.
Dolores.
I still see Dolores
Eleanor
these
G, I
days.
think you're swell. Anyhow.
Yeah,
Well, that's like
but
my mom's name. Middle name is Diane. Grandma Diane.
mm,
That Diane has gone out a lot in favor because of Princess Diana.
Well,
not
I
that I've
yeah,
noticed, but okay.
I used to get well, I still do to some extent. There are the
Oh,
people
Jeebus.
trying to call me Die, and it's like
Mm,
no, no. But
mhm.
I'm finally to the point where okay, I'll put up with it because they're not going to quit.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, Kay and Kanye's daughter, Northwest. Are we
Mhm.
gonna go see Grandma Northwest?
Yeah.
Oh
I
my
I you know, it's funny,
horrifying
I don't know if
Northwest.
it's true or if it was just on, The Big Bang Theory, but apparently Mark Hamill had decided to let fans name his dog, and
Uh-huh.
they named him Bark.
Bark.
Bark Hamill. Yep, yep.
Oh,
Bark who?
boy, boy.
Bark Hamill.
Oh, Bark Hamill, yeah. Bark
Yeah.
and Mark, yeah.
Uh-huh, exactly. Now, I will say that
Oh.
I'm glad, like, there were some twins born on my block when I was living in
Hmm.
Vermont, and they did not give them rhyming or alliterative names. Their names are
Yay! And they didn't dress
Max
them
and
alike,
Louie.
did they?
Max and
No.
Louie, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, me and my sister are Tina and Gina.
Mm.
And now my grandma Dolores, my grandma Kozart, refused to call Gina Gina. It was always Jenna.
Really?
Yeah,
Was that just a
That's
blind spot or was it deliberate?
it was deliberate.
well, she's the one who
So
doesn't like your
why then?
son's name as well, right?
No, 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 no. That's my mom.
Oh,
So
okay,
My
fine.
why
grandma.
then?
She just refused to call Gina Gina. It was always Jenna.
But did she not have a reason? Did she never give a reason?
Nope, she never gave a reason.
Was she
Um,
asked?
huh?
Was she asked?
Yes.
And she would just say whatever.
She'd say her name is Jenna.
That's fucked up.
Well, she had a Jenna in her family,
Hmm.
so maybe she was trying to just. I wonder if she was trying to differentiate between me and her to give us separate identities. You know what I mean? Because my mom always, and I hated it, dressed me and my sister alike
Oh.
when we were younger, and it was her way of separating us so that we had our own individuality.
Well, that seems like the opposite of what would happen, but okay.
Well, no, this was my grandma doing it. That's why she called Gina Jenna. So it wasn't Tina
Oh,
and
I see what
Gina.
you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the only thing I can figure out.
Yeah, well,
Well,
Robert X.
okay.
Yeah, you
I
say. Mhm.
Well, I was gonna say that like it's weird that the hangups some people have about names. Like
Mhm.
there was a guy I knew named Will. And
Mhm.
now granted his full name was William, but still Will. And he'd been going by Will since forever. But one of our teachers insisted on calling him Bill. And I
Uh,
could tell he hated it, but, like,
Mhm.
the teacher insisted, and I think she had, like, an ex named Will, and it brought up, bad memories or something, but she would not call him Will, no matter what he did.
Well, then she should have called him William.
Well, even so, that it was still a thing, you know?
Mhm.
and Robert
So
X. You say name is forever. Well, normally, uh, even had I not been trans, even had I not transitioned, I think I would have eventually changed my name because I despise having been named for the male slimy bastard.
Mhm.
Yeah, he was an Edward. I was an Edward, and just don't want any association at all. Well, I mean, it's how I ended up changing all my names.
Mhm.
well, I
Um,
still respect those cultures that have, like, a naming thing. You hit, what, 13 or whatever, and you name yourself,
Mhm.
because I mean, the number of times someone has saddled their child with an impossible name, the
Yeah.
inevitably made fun of name,
oh yeah, yeah.
like,
Yes.
you have just hamstrung your child, what the fuck were you thinking?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't get me started on the rant about how most parents forget what it's like to be a child, but, no, seriously, don't
They
even get me started.
do.
But the thing is that, like, if someone has a real shite name and they
Mhm.
can't stand it and hate it, the opportunity to just, like, change it right then and there makes
Yeah.
sense. Granted, maybe there should be some limits because you're gonna have kids naming themselves after, like, movie stars and fictional characters and stuff, which
Mhm.
would be interesting. But at the same
Right.
time, um, like you're introducing the new, assistant director of sales, "This is Batman."
Oh,
You're
jeez.
gonna have
Okay,
that
that's
happen.
horrible.
And,
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that'd be a really interesting world to live in, but
Yeah.
Now this is
yeah.
interesting. I see.
Go on.
Robert X has
Go
said,
on.
"I've told my kids that if they didn't like their name, then change it. But in your passport, it would still state your name. What is this? You're not allowed to change the name on the passport? Sort of like in Ohio, you're not allowed to change your birth certificate?
Well, I mean, that's just weird. I
No,
mean,
if you do a legal name change through the courts, you should be able to change get a birth certificate with your change in name.
You should be able to, but in three states in the three U.S. states, you can't. And
see, and that's
I
just
was
strange
born
to
in
me
one
'cause,
of them.
like, how much does your
That's
name actually
weird.
matter legally? It seems to me that as long as they have, say, your social security number, that they
Hmm.
can identify you regardless of whatever the hell your name has become.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's only been
So,
since
so the only
1933,
possible
but
reason to do it, the only possible reason to insist you cannot change your name is cruelty, is bigotry.
hmm and
Right.
I'm reasonably sure that that is the case in Ohio. And just
Mm,
You
a giant
have to
fuck
pay
you to
for it.
somebody like me.
mm.
As far as I know, if you can go to court to change it, then they cannot stop you from changing it on your birth certificate. Because if you've gone through the process of filing to change your name, let me look it up. Because that just sounds weird.
You closed the door?
Well, Robert, like, okay, I don't know, like with the Europe thing.
No, I'm gonna
I know the US laws. I don't know squat about European name changes. I don't know. I seem to remember a story one of my trans friends told me about where they went to get their name changed in court, and apparently the courtroom they went into was only for changing your name. Like that was the purpose of that particular, or maybe it was just that session. I don't know. But what I was told about was that there was a now, I don't know if they were a couple or just some friends and one was there to support them, but the impression that they gave, my friend, was that, it was a recent divorcee getting her last name back.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Like so, because the level of joy that like the apparent how is it described? The sigh of relief, I guess, that came in the form of a celebration was like that's what that that's what gave the impression, as I understand it, was that it was more a matter of I'm free finally than it was anything else, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it absolutely
Yeah.
does.
I don't know. I just thought it was an interesting story. I probably have some of the details wrong, but whatever.
Okay, here you go. 2018, Diana, July 10th. When a legal name change has been granted to a person whose birth occurred in Ohio, our office will accept a certified copy of the court ordered legal name change to update the birth record.
Something's changed. I'm gonna have to get on this.
Court, yeah, the court order must have been granted by a U.S. court.
Now, the other thing I have to look for, and maybe this is the one I was thinking of and got it wrong. Um, Okay, here since 2006. Um, Summary: Ohio will not issue a birth certificate reflecting the correct sex.
Mm,
Oh, so it's not the name, it's the
So
sex.
that's the one I must have been thinking of. Okay.
mm-hmm.
Hmm.
That's just weird.
Yeah,
Well, oh
interpreting
gosh, I'm
Ohio.
trying to remember what it was. I think it was on driver's licenses.
Mm-hmm.
Like someone pointed out, why do we need to have someone's sex on their driver's license? And
Uh,
that does make a certain kind of sense
It
that
does.
there's it doesn't provide any useful information to have someone's sex on there.
Mm-hmm.
well, uh, the reason for it, I believe, is if there's a catastrophic accident
Mm.
and the only thing left is like dental records and stuff, or your body has been so damaged they can't tell what sex you are.
Why would they need that if you're that dead?
Yeah, I mean, really.
Because to correct birth and death records and to
I
Okay.
notify
But if they can
family to get an idea of who you are in the bodies, maybe?
This is going to
I
be an
don't know.
interesting one. I'd love to be able to find somebody in a Department of Vital Records somewhere or in a DMV somewhere as an interviewee, and ask this stuff. That would be really really interesting.
Well,
Well,
it might just be like, what I always say, don't run on automatic think. It might be a situation that's similar to a story I heard recently about a woman. I think she was like making pies or bread or something, and or maybe some, no, it was meat. It was some sort of meat dish, and she would always cut the ends off of the meat before she put it into whatever she was baking
I've
it
heard
in.
the story or
And
one
then
like it.
and
Yes.
and someone said, "Why do you do that?" She goes, "Oh, my mother always did it." So they asked the mother, "Why do you do that?" She goes, "My grandmother always did it." And they're like, they asked the grandmother, "Why do you do that?" And she said something like, "Well, the pan I had was too small, or there was some reason that she had to do it that was
Mm-hmm.
completely practical, that was not an issue for any of the other people. They were just doing it because it's traditional." And maybe that's just why people automatically say, "Oh, you got to put a sex on a driver's license, duh."
Now,
Yeah.
when I went and did my driver's license here in Florida, we had a choice between female, male, or other,
Mm.
Okay
which I
then.
thought was interesting.
And a lot of online surveys now have male, female, and prefer not to say, and sometimes they even have a checkbox for non-binary. And there have been other
Hmm.
times I've even seen a checkbox with a write-in.
Oh,
Hmm.
So
okay.
yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
online. Well, I mean, because I take a lot of online surveys, mostly because if you can make a little bit of extra cash for doing like studies. There was one I
Hmm.
signed up for recently. They're like, "We need to talk to female VR gamers." I'm like, "Oh, I'm signing up for this shit." Yeah.
Hmm.
And sometimes it's like do a taste test, sometimes it's what are your online habits, sometimes it's this, that, or the other thing, and they inevitably will ask for your sex. And recently they've started having more options than male and female.
Yeah.
Some years ago, I volunteered for a genetic study of some sort. I forget exactly what they were looking for. But not only did I make a couple of bucks on it, they didn't have to ask my sex.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Think about it. Think about it. Anyway,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Genetics. Yeah.
um, but what was I thinking? I am so happy when I did the whole name change thing, and state was actually nice to me. I have my F on my passport.
Hmm.
All I
Hmm.
had to do is get a doctor's note, and it's like, okay, you're a girl.
Yeah.
And this was right after the Cheeto was elected, because, oh my God, yeah, we were hearing from the organizations, the trans organizations, if you can get get your passport now. You never know what's going to happen to the rules. So
Hmm.
There are some rules changing. Have you heard of Real ID?
yes, I have,
Mm-mm.
I have.
Yeah.
What is real ID?
It's basically like, apparently you're not going to be allowed to fly even inside the U.S.
Oh,
without.
yes.
It's that little
Hmm.
like star or check mark on your license, and I'm not really sure why that. Like, I don't know if there's an extra chip in your license to prove that it's real or what, but apparently you need a special driver's
Hold
license
on a
now with
second.
this Real ID thing on
Let me
it.
check.
Yeah,
Hold on.
the way I understand it, because I don't have a real ID, I understand that I don't need one because I carry a valid U.S. passport.
That's true, but I mean, getting a passport's a pain in the ass too.
Yeah,
As
So,
I
it wasn't
pull
that
out
bad
my
for me,
driver's
really.
license.
It was
well, it's still a
expensive.
I
pain in the
know.
ass.
Um, I got told when we were flying to Florida that the in 2017 that come 2018 that we were no longer going to be allowed to fly if we didn't get a new Missouri license.
Well, like the restrictions that they're coming up with, that they've been coming up with since 9/11, are so ridiculous and draconian.
Yeah.
Yep, 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 yep.
But they're also completely fucking fake. Like there was a comedian who pointed out once that like when you go through security and they're looking through your bags for bombs and shit, and they decide, oh, this bottle of contact lens solution could be used to make a bomb, so
Yeah.
we're throwing it out and all that stuff. And the guy pointed out, he's like, okay, so you think it's a bomb or potentially a bomb, and so you throw it away in the trash barrel with all the other potential bombs where most of the people who are going to go to the airport are congregating because they have to. So
Right.
you can't possibly really think that it's a fucking bomb. if you're just going to leave it out in public like that. You'd think someone in a full hazmat suit, gloves, and Kevlar would be escorting it out
Mhm.
of the building.
Mm-hmm.
These
Yep.
regulations are all about control. They don't help, and they never will.
Okay.
It's control, and it's
Example.
also the illusion of safety.
Mhm. But it's just
Right.
inconvenience. And I
Mm-hmm.
miss when people, your loved ones, could meet you at the gate.
Oh
Yes,
yes.
yes, yes.
You know, and in my entire life, like when I was a kid, if I ever flew, I did it out of a very small ass airport in Burlington, Vermont. Well, actually, technically, the airport is in South Burlington, despite the fact that they
Mhm.
say it's the Burlington Airport. This is one more argument why those two towns should just merge. But like I'd go through there, and the Hare Krishnas did not bother because it was so small. And I
Mhm.
never got to see a Hare Krishna in a goddamn airport. I never got to see that.
I did. It's
Mm.
weird.
I got accosted by a Hare Krishna on the streets of downtown Cleveland.
Hmm.
That was
Oh,
fun.
and you know what? The only time ever I seen a MAGA hat in person was when I was leaving Faithless Forum and I was walking through the airport and I saw one guy waiting for his flight with a MAGA hat. It's the only time I've ever seen one for realsies, not on the news.
I've seen one for
Mhm.
realsies here.
Hmm. That
Uh,
doesn't shock me.
oh, yeah. I mean, not shocking at all, especially considering if the guy was most likely coming from Westmoreland County, which is, I could stand at my door, throw a rock, and it would fall in Westmoreland County. The thing is, though, that the color value changes quite a bit
Mhm.
from somewhat blue in Allegheny County to bright red in Westmoreland
Mm.
County. Oh man.
Well, it's kind of like in Texas, where it's bright flaming red everywhere except Austin, which is a dark, almost black inky spot of blue.
Okay
Mhm.
then.
It's
Well.
like you've got the mega red everywhere, except that one town where it's so left wing that you can
Mhm.
barely like light barely escapes it. You
Well,
know,
Yeah, that's the interesting
it's
thing.
like I
Living
was gonna say
here,
something.
we have a couple bastions of sanity. I mean, for example, Philadelphia is nicely
Mhm.
blue. Pittsburgh, believe it or not, is quite blue. Harrisburg, believe it or not, is blue. The rest of the
Yes.
the rest of the
Fucking
fucking
state is
state
red.
is as red as a used tampon on a heavy flow day. I mean,
Oh, I'm eating. God. Ah.
well, that whole double standard about, blood from violence versus blood from menstruation and how people
Mhm.
freak out about the latter, but not so much the former. And it's like,
Mhm.
it's weird because I can articulate or I can't articulate the difference, but viscerally, I understand the difference, you know?
okay, yeah, I guess I get it. Now, okay, I grew up with blood for food, so I have a
Mm.
slightly different outlook. I love kishka. Oh my word, Polish
Is
blood.
that quiche with blood in it?
Pretty close. It's a Polish blood sausage with
Mm.
ground pork, barley, pork blood. If you want the version without the blood, you want the Slovak hurka, which is a rice ring with rice, ground pork, and I mean
They're not gonna sell any of that at the local supermarket.
Oh,
Mhm.
Not my supermarket.
oh yeah, not yours. No. Um, yeah, this is really interesting. For the hell of it, I think it was yesterday. I looked up Polish neighborhoods. Oh, I remember why. I was thinking, okay, if I'm going to make an illusion here, am I going to Am I going to say something about being as Polish as Hamtramck, Michigan? And it turns out that that wasn't on the list. But what was on the list? Parma, Ohio, the suburb I spent part of my kidhood in. Um, it's only about 85,000 people of all fucking things, and it's about 20% Polak. Um, yeah, that actually made it on the list. I was like, holy shit, man. I thought that was only a thing in Ohio, but um,
So okay, like I guess like I get it that Polish is like Pole, but why Polak and not Polandian or Polandish,
I don't know.
Polanish?
I truly
I don't
do not know. It it may be an extension of things like Slovak, from
mm.
the Slavs.
Czechoslovakian, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But of course, when
But
I would hear
even then,
Polak, say again.
well, I mean, even then, Czechoslovakia, it doesn't, it's Czechoslovak, whatever, but there's still not the, I guess lock is built in there, but Polak just seems weird.
Well, the whole thing was okay when I was growing up. When you would hear Polak, that was usually derogatory.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but is there a non-derogatory form
is there a non-derogatory form?
of
Yeah, Polish.
what you call a Polish person?
A Pole.
They are
They are
a
a
Pole,
Pole. Yeah.
right?
Um,
Which also, actually, now I think about it, shouldn't it be that they're a Po?
yeah, pretty much.
Because well, I mean, because Poland, it's the land of Po.
There you are. Yeah.
So it would like no, I'm not even trying to make a bad joke here. I'm being pedantic.
yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's a sort
but
of
I mean, given
giggle of
like
recognition.
are people from Greenland Greens?
Mm.
Because they should be like there shouldn't be Greenlandians, Greenlanders. They should be Greens.
Who is the JWs?
Jehovah's
Jehovah's
Witnesses.
Witness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, that's good.
yeah.
I was reading
Really,
Lisa's
Lisa?
comment.
Oh my, I care. I live in freaking Pennsylvania.
I'm guessing that by AG you mean Attorney General.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just making sure. Attorney General. Sorry.
Okay, now, okay. Question, and everybody around here is going to get it right, but so many other people in this
Attorneys
neighborhood.
General.
Yeah,
yes.
there you go. You know exactly where I'm going. Everybody
Yep.
around here is attorney generals or brother-in-laws or Jesus fucking Christ. Get it right, assholes.
Well, I mean, at least the attorney generals or attorneys general, it could be solved if they said general attorneys instead of attorney general.
Okay then.
Mm.
Because then it would be general attorneys. Because you generally stick the S on the thing at the end, which is probably what's fucking people up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because so
And it doesn't help
often.
that general is a noun too.
Well, there you go. You stick the S on the noun, not the adjective, where general
Right.
is the adjective referring
But
to.
generally speaking, adjective comes first before whatever it's modifying, which is probably why people are getting fucked up because you got something
Right.
that's also a noun that's in the place where a noun ought to be. And so, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Now, I mean, brothers-in-law is less forgivable, but even then, laws is a noun.
yeah. I'm not
So,
exactly sure why you have the adjective following in cases like that.
mhm.
I'm no linguist, so
No.
I'm a bit of a cunning linguist.
Woohoo. Now, if
I'll
you
try
were
to.
using the possessive form of the Attorney General's office, you would put the S at the end.
right, because that's a possessive S rather than a plural S.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, even then, it should probably just be the office of the Attorney General.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
But
Yeah.
most people are not going to draw it out that way. They're going to say
Well,
the
no, of
Attorney
course not.
General's office.
And I have to admit, I tend to, these days at least, I tend towards pedantic grammar, but there are times where saying something in the most grammatically correct fashion
is
makes it
best.
not just hard to say, not even just hard to understand, but nigh incomprehensible.
Mm.
You know,
Okay, okay, I get it. Yeah, especially for.
Oh,
Oh
excuse
my!
me.
Especially
like
for.
what is the Winston Churchill thing? That is a thing up with which I will not put.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, and I noticed that this sort of thing happens mostly with people uh, whose only language is English. I mean, it does
Mm.
happen to some extent with other people as well, but I'm trying not to brag here, but being something of a German speaker helps me with that sort of thing because German's got some really weird grammar as far as Americans are concerned
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to inflection, when it comes to word order. And when I
Mm.
say inflection, it's the strongly inflected languages. You know, you have the adjectives modified for for the gender of the noun. You know, yeah, grammatical gender, believe it or not. Um,
Oh, I hate that so fucking much. It serves no useful purpose. None.
Right. I'm with you. It serves no purpose at all. It just happened to be that way. Um,
I
and
mean,
I
like the classification of an inanimate object as masculine or feminine, there's no rhyme or reason to it even. You know,
absolutely
like
correct. Yeah.
chair is feminine, a table's masculine, the window frame is masculine, but the actual glass is feminine, and blah 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 blah.
Uh
And then with
huh.
German, as
What?
I understand it, they throw neuter in there as well, and it's just like, why? How does this make speaking and being understood easier?
Really?
Um, yeah, I don't know that it helps me at all. It's just there. And for some strange reason, I'm horrible at memorizing things, but when it comes to grammatical gender in German, no problem. I don't get it. It just falls right into place.
Your
This is
brain is
one of the reasons
hardwired differently.
I've mentioned it before. This is one of the reasons I like Japanese. Japanese has so few of those like weird ass rules like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's one of the most utilitarian, logic based languages I've ever encountered.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to admit I had a little bit of a head start. I mean, Babka was teaching me Slovak when I was what, maybe about 2 years old, and there was a good bit of German in there because Babka was fluent in both. Um,
Well,
she came from
what you have to remember is that the younger you learn a second language, the better you will be at it and the more fluid your brain is.
well, fluid, yeah, fluidity. I get that one. Yeah, I've lost
Um,
about 99 and 44 100% of my Slovak. I mean,
mhm.
I've got no one to talk to anymore.
That's one of
Um,
the reasons I gave up Klingon, is because I'll never speak it with anybody, and there's surprisingly little of it in episodes of Star Trek. So I realized I was just wasting time.
okay then.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind falling into a group of people who spoke German exclusively in a coffee shop
Mhm.
somewhere. I mean, that would be a shitload of fun. I'd get it back. You know, it was fun. Years ago, I attended night classes as an adult because I had wanted to learn French when I was in high school as well
Mhm.
as German. And from those two, it's, you don't need to do two of them at once. You're already taking away. You know, fuck you. Um, so I wanted to learn the French. I took the night classes. I started learning the French. When I'm learning the French, what comes back? My German.
The German.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you know the instructor would do this thing where she call and response. You know, ask a question in French, and you're supposed to answer the question in French. You ask me a question, I start answering in German, and oh, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to do it that way.
I don't know. I've said it before, I'll say it again. French is such an ugly language. I cannot stand the sound of it.
Yeah, it's horrible. It really is, and the thing about French is, when you're spelling it or pronouncing it or whatever it is, okay, when you're trying to pronounce it, look at all the letters that are there and pronounce all that are not.
Hmm. Well, and I will never understand the people who say that French is such a romantic language.
Oh,
And I'm like, are you
please.
kidding me?
No, no,
Are
no,
you
no, 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 no,
kidding me?
no.
It's not romantic in any shape.
No, the that's not what they mean by romantic language.
No, no,
No,
no, no, no, no,
in
no,
this
no. Yes,
case
that's
in
exactly what
this
they mean.
case they
Oh,
do.
okay.
Yeah,
I don't
Well,
mean
it
it
is.
in romance language. I mean, people literally say, "Oh, it
Oh no,
touches my heart so. It's the most
no,
romantic language." That's exactly what they
no,
yeah,
no. That would be Italian to me.
like John Aston,
want.
doing Tish. That's French. The whole bit like that, going crazy, kissing up her arm.
Yeah.
Uh,
And Colleen, no, because it's not airing in any fashion to which I have access.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not paying extra to friggin' CBS to see anything. Never mind the new Star Trek show. Just because I've already got Hulu, Netflix, and Amazon Prime Video. It's going to get to the point where you have to spend hundreds upon hundreds of dollars a month to see everything that's streaming, and fuck that shit.
yeah.
So,
Well,
Yep.
that's one of the reasons I don't do the streaming. It's because of the money involved, especially now, where in order to take care of
Yep.
the co-payments and put some money aside for, I'm looking to have some hardware that I'm kind of needing in the future. Hopefully, my birthday I can get it.
Oh, Red,
I
I went the exact different way. I lived in Missouri, and now I live in Florida.
Okay,
so
but
here's the
I'm
thing.
eating rice basically.
Mm-hmm.
7 meals a week.
Well,
Mm.
all right. So, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, well, these people who talk about eating 3 meals a day. What the hell is that? I've eaten 1 meal a day for years.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Anyway,
so you know how I object to remakes and reboots and reimaginings and all of that, right?
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one reason I might want to stream Disney Plus is because while I'm both horrified, I'm also very curious about the upcoming live action remake of Lilo and Stitch, because
Oh God.
Stitch looks like something out of a fucking nightmare. I
Oh my
mean,
God.
yeah.
Wow.
And so I'm very, very curious what that live action version will be like, because he's supposed to be at least a little bit cute, you
That
know?
is not cute. That's
Yeah.
scary.
So I'm very curious, and I'm tempted just for that to get Disney Plus.
And may I say, Kate, that you are absolutely amazing. Because when you spoke that name, what immediately fell out of your mouth was Lilo and Stitch rather than that Lilo. Ow!
Well, they say Lilo right in the movie. Why
They
would anyone get
do.
that wrong?
Uh-huh.
That's her name. That's the name of the main
Lilo.
character, Lilo.
Everywhere I've heard any of this, I'm hearing Lilo, and I don't know. I must be listening in the
Mm-mm.
wrong places. Um,
Well, I mean, I've definitely been to parts of the US where people just have the weirdest like vowel shifts for no reason, even in the face of whatever it is they're mispronouncing, being said in official places. Like, take for example the Nintendo game Super Mario Brothers. You go to the Midwest, it's Super Mario
yeah,
Brothers.
I know.
What?
Yep.
There's some stupid fucker out there who, despite hearing Lilo and Stitch in the movie, spoken in the movie, if they still say Lilo, I don't know what the hell their problem is, but there are people who
They're
pull that.
idiots.
Yeah, and back in my world, the bootloader we used to use was called Lilo, and it's like, no, no, Lilo would be spelled Lailo. Get it straight, guys.
Well, but then
Jesus.
again, I mean, if you stuck an A at the end of it, it would be like Lila,
Well,
not Leela.
no, the A comes before the I, as in
No, 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 no. I'm saying if you take Lilo and change the O to an A.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Lila, not Leela. So Lilo and Stitch makes sense maybe if you've only seen it,
I gotcha.
but if you've actually watched the movie and heard the name said and still say Lilo and Stitch, you're
An
well, I'm gonna
idiot.
say it, you're stupid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I have not seen the film, so that's the
Yeah,
odd.
Lisa, I live in California, but I've lived here for a very tiny percentage of my life. I mean, I've been here for what, 3.5 years, and I spent about 4 months in Santa Cruz in 2002. But otherwise, it's been Seattle and Vermont for my whole life. Half in Seattle, half in Vermont. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the interesting thing. When you talk about that, it never ceases to amaze me that I have lived half of my life out here in Pittsburgh. Something I never expected would happen ever.
Mm.
But I mean, well, consider where I came from. It's almost as bad, really. 31 years in Cleveland, 31 years here in Pittsburgh. Oh well.
I've moved around too much. Although I have been in Missouri, or I was in Missouri from 2001 to 2006, 17, no, 18. So I spent 18 years in Missouri.
I mean, I went to school in Marietta, but I don't count that as living there.
Yeah.
Although I tried,
Um,
oh boy, I tried. After leaving school,
and
I
then
did
from
not want to go back to Cleveland. I just wanted to run away from those two as far as I could get, but I could not find a job
Mm.
down in Marietta.
I spent 27 years in Missouri if you include the time from when I was growing up.
It's hard to imagine
So,
spending any time in Missouri.
well, it wasn't by choice.
I don't know. I have friends from Missouri, and it does not sound like a fun place to
This is
live.
why they nickname it Misery.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Hmm.
Missouri. Do people really call it that?
Yes.
Oh yes, they call it Missouri. They call it Misery. Uh, yeah, and that's like correcting people when they say Illinois.
Oh, do people even say that? I mean,
Huh?
I've called it Illinoising, but never
Yeah.
Illinois.
Oh God, I don't know who were we talking to, Diana, that one time that came in and said, "Oh, Illinois," and it's like, no, there is no S on the end of it. There is no E on the end of Illinois to make
But
it
see,
noise.
well, but there is an S,
There
and
is an
like
S,
a
but it is a
silent S
silent
is
S.
It's a
yes, but
Franche.
it's still but it's still odd
Illinois.
to a lot of people. I mean, if you expect words to be a little more phonetic, it makes sense to say Illinois. I mean, you're wrong, but it makes a certain kind of intuitive sense. But then again, we don't say Arkansas either.
Right.
Well, not when
But then we do
talking about
say
the
Kansas.
state.
We don't say Kansas. So
Yeah, I mean, the river is Arkansas, but the state is Arkansas. Yeah. I learned that one
uh,
when I was in eighth grade.
Arkansas.
I I
mm,
don't know anymore. Well, over
It's the
here
Arkansas River.
and here in Allegheny County, in the Pittsburgh area, oh, they are so much fun. There are township names and city that come from the French.
Hmm.
So you have North Versailles,
mm.
Hmm.
but you do have you
Versailles.
you do not have Duquesne for some reason.
Well,
Duquesne.
I
They
actually
call
had
it
someone get
Duquesne. Yeah.
you remember when that particular church burned down recently?
No, oh
Someone
yeah.
got on my case for saying Notre Dame instead of Notre Dame, and they're like, Notre Dame is the football team in the college. The church was Notre Dame. I'm like, fuck you, it's Notre Dame.
I'm not
We
going to
even
say
had
a
people on
word.
the news calling it the Notre Dame Cathedral.
Yeah.
Ah.
And the Fighting Irish barely escaped.
So, of course, then there were all those people who were like, "Oh, look, the Golden Cross survived. That's a sign from above." It's like, no, that's a sign of melting temperature and
Yeah.
how hot that fire got, or
Yep.
rather, how
Mhm.
hot it didn't get. It's just, man, people will grasp at any straw, won't they?
Oh,
The
absolutely.
thing I feel so sad about is all of the paintings that got destroyed.
Well, I mean, I've never quite understood the human fetish for the past. Because I look at something like Notre Dame or any of those European cathedrals, and I'm like, these things are way the hell too greebled for my tastes. If you don't know what greebling means, there's too many like knickknacks and doodads put on what could otherwise be smooth, flat walls. You know,
Mhm.
and but
Oh, that
people also
yeah.
seem to go, oh well, if it's old literature, if it's old, like old timey stuff. It's so much better than the modern stuff. And they call the
Well,
modern stuff sterile and all that stuff.
you
But
see,
I find a certain kind of aesthetic beauty in something futuristic and sleek. And people look at me funny when I try to say, hey, this is the cool stuff right here. Look at all
oh
of
no,
this.
that
I
is
would
great. That's
live in a place that
fantastic.
looks like this than I would ever want to live in Notre Dame. But the problem is that because there is a prevailing opinion, that there is a dominant preference,
Oh, the
I get less of what I prefer. And that has been a constant frustration because I usually like what is not mainstream and not on purpose. It's just what hits me viscerally. And
Mhm.
so I'm like, I get less of my preference because the rest of humanity doesn't agree. And it gets so fucking frustrating at times. And so
Mhm.
when I heard about Notre Dame burning down, I was like, eh.
I will say though, there was a white round structure a few pictures back that was above the treetops. That was kind of interesting.
Hmm.
I
And I
guess
don't even
because the
mind being
trees are there.
surrounded by nature if the house I'm
Mhm.
in is beautiful.
Ooh,
But I
that
mean,
the one a couple pictures ago. That one reminds me of which building is that on the campus of University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, where the cyclotron, no, not cyclotron, but where the collider, the
Large Hadron
particle
Collider,
accelerator is.
the Large Hadron Collider.
Not the Large Hadron Collider.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, this one's older than the Large Hadron Collider. I have to look this up now.
But I
Well, and
mean,
I
like
understand where you're coming from, Kate. I like both the modern, the futuristic, like what you're showing. I like those, but I also like the past too. I'm one of those people who likes pretty much both.
I wish I could flip the ratio of
Mhm.
what's more important to people just so I can get more of what I like. Because
Mhm.
I hate being left out in that fashion. You know,
Right.
like I hate like the fact that I have to struggle, and I think that's the one
That
Diana
one,
where
Diana.
Ah, Fermilab.
where I hate having to struggle to get
Look.
what it is I prefer. It's like it's kind of like, okay, you know how a lot of sci-fi fandom these days seems to
Mm,
love steampunk, and
uh-uh.
I
I
hate
hate
it
steampunk.
because of the old-timey look. But like the furthest back I'm willing to go is diesel punk, which has more of a World War II vibe. But I prefer atom punk and ray punk personally.
I've never heard Adam or Ray Punk.
Okay, atom punk is sort of like sort of early to middle Cold War era, where it's like the 1950s and you got all the like Art Deco and Googie going on, but it's a little
Okay.
more sci-fi than that. Kind of the way that
Mhm.
diesel punk is more sci-fi than actual World War II. Ray punk,
Mhm.
on the other hand, is closer to like Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers,
Okay,
and
I like that. That's cool.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's funny because there are so many like fill in the blank punks genres of sci-fi now. It can be hard to keep track of them. I also got into an argument with some people about what atom punk is. And if this was on Facebook, it was an atom punk board. And they insisted up and down that atom punk and ray punk were the same thing. And despite the fact that I found Google article after Google article after Wikipedia article and discovered found the person who coined the term, whose
Mhm.
definition completely contradicted theirs. And they were like, no, no, we made it up on this date. I'm like, dude, look at the article. This was 3 years before you claim you made up the term. And they're like, well, we don't care. I'm like, do facts not matter? I
I guess
just,
not.
I have all
To
the
some people,
evidence against
no.
you, and eh, I don't know. It's so frustrating
Hmm.
sometimes.
Okay,
I'm
copy the link.
saying,
Is that?
All right. I think I'm going to head off, Diana. I am sleepy.
Oh my! Oh my!
Uh,
Oh my! Oh my!
I only
Okay,
had like 3 hours of sleep last night, so it is catching up
you
to me.
might have
I am
to
going to
get
go.
yourself a little bit of a nap there. Yeah,
Yep.
I found what I
no,
was
And
looking
no,
for.
no, no, no. Cocaine. You need cocaine. You need speed.
no, that's okay. That's
Ah,
okay.
Yeah,
But
it was
I'm going to
Wilson
go take
Hall
a
at
nap.
Lab.
So, you
go
all
ahead.
take care. Hug, sleep, all that.
Have
Woo.
fun.
Well, you be good. Have
Bye
fun.
bye.
Don't get horribly burned alive by any monsters or anything.
There
No, I
you
won't.
go. There you go.
I'll try not to. You all
Mm.
have a good night. Bye, guys in the chat.
Take care,
Yes,
honey.
yes. Brutalism. That is very much a genre of building style I enjoy. Mind you, there is some brutalism I don't much care for again because it's way too greebled, but I love the basic concept. There's something about it. I think what it is actually, and man, this is another one where I could not get people to understand what I was talking about. But I was looking at. Oh, by the way, Amiga nuts, bullshit. I can appreciate the new engineering without ever seeing old engineering. Okay. But I was asking people for suggestions of a certain style of sci-fi story. And no matter what I said, people could not draw the Venn diagram around the different criteria I laid out to figure out even what I meant, never mind giving me suggestions. Because what I said was that I wanted the kind of thing where you've got some underground government lab where they're conducting paranormal experiments and something goes horribly, horribly wrong. Either they open up a portal to another dimension and monsters come out, or they give someone superpowers and they get out of control. And the examples I gave were things like the video game Half-Life, were Stranger Things, was Akira, and all of that stuff. And for some reason, the suggestions I kept getting were nothing like it. Like there was a superficial similarity, but the theme, the idea, what was happening in the story was not what I was talking about at all. Like at all. People would say, "Well, what about The Fly with Jeff Goldblum?" I'm like, "Dude, was that an underground government base?" No, that was a guy in his own personal lab. And like, ugh, I don't know, it's so frustrating. But the reason I bring it up is because brutalist architecture is like the kind of visual style that one could expect for the above ground portion of that underground lab. Like the design of the buildings would be brutalist. I'm just saying.
Okay then.
Oh well.
Yay. I think it's yay.
Anyway.
Logan too. Oh, and by the way, when you speak of paranormal, would that be Ozzy and Harriet Nelson?
Huh?
I mean, they were ultra normal, at least for the 50s, and there were a pair of them. No, huh? I guess not.
Remind me
I
why I know
made
you again.
I made Kate cry. I don't know here.
Uh,
Ah, scheiße, zu viel Scheiße. Oh
yeah,
boy.
what you just said.
Mhm. Yeah, she had too much shit.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, back in Vermont, in Burlington, bits of the UVM campus looked very much like the kind of buildings where I would expect them to be storing UFOs or the children with mutant superpowers.
Oh my.
Yeah, they just had that look to them. I know that's not what was going on, but every time I saw them as a small child, I was thinking, oh yeah, that's where Akira would take place if it happened here.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember what woo shit Jordan was talking about. They're the super psychics, and there was another sort of kid that was supposed to have extreme IQ. Yeah, you'd find them there, right?
Not so much. These are the ones that have the like telekinetic or psychic powers. But they were given they were given those powers by the people in the government who like were conducting these illegal experiments.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Again, if you'd ever seen Akira, you'd know what I'm talking about here, or Stranger Things for that matter.
Yeah, I have not. Someday I will. There's just so much I haven't seen that I probably should see someday, and just haven't got around to it.
Well, Stranger Things is very very worth it. Such a great show.
Okay, then. Okay, write
But
that
well,
one
of
down.
course, being that it's set in the 80s and I'm a weapons grade 80s kid might have helped a little, but it's still a great show.
Okay, then.
Mm,
Yay. Seriously. Very yay.
okay. I'm willing to bet that somewhere, according to some person, yay is slang for something awful. But if that's true, I don't know it. And so I'm just going to let it pass. Hmm. I'm looking at Google Maps right now, trying to find those buildings. I know where they are, but this thing's really slow. Like, I'm really close to them right now. I know I am. I just got to get on the right road. Come on, Street View, work with me here. Okay, screw it. I'm going to use actual Google Earth instead of the web-based thing.
Okay,
Probably be
then.
less lagged, less processor intensive. But yeah, so things and stuff.
It's best when you have both. It really is. One complements
Yeah.
the other.
Well, unless they're having a bad hair day, in which case they point and make fun.
There you go. Yeah, I kind of figured, Robert, because I mean, in normal speech, I'm not familiar with the construction Es wird Zeit für mich zu gehen. Um, I
Yeah.
mean, what would come to my mind immediately would be ich muss gehen, um, or muss ich gehen. One of those deals. Short, sweet, concise.
Okay, so let me
But
get
now you
this
did
going
it. Now you did it.
here.
Muss ich
Present
denn,
now.
muss ich
A
denn
window.
zum Städtele
There it is.
hinaus?
Okay, so this, what I'm showing right now here, if you can see it, is part of Burlington just before it becomes South Burlington. And if you see those red buildings right there that are kind of obscured by trees, those are the ones I'm talking about. You can't see it with the stupid bus stop there, but those are the ones I'm talking about that always made me think this is where the evil experiments take place, right here.
Okay
You
then.
see those?
Okay, yeah.
like some part of me said underneath these buildings is some nuclear reactor where they've created mutants or summoned demons or they're storing the UFOs or whatever. So anyway,
You know, the interesting thing was when I went to view the solar eclipse, I went to Carbondale, Illinois to do it. And I'm walking around the SIU campus, the Southern Illinois University campus, and I'm thinking, oh, this is a nice little place and everything else. Only later did I find out that it's Bodie Hodge's alma mater.
who?
Bodie Hodge, the Ken Ham's son-in-law.
Oh no, I think I've never heard of him.
He's annoying. Um,
Someday he hopes to be two Noyings.
Something like that. Yeah. Now he's an engineer who thinks he's a research scientist and all this other happy shit. He's like, oh, God, Hodge.
It is always kind of funny when you get those religionoids who get a degree in like I don't know Eastern European literature and then go around calling them doctor whatever and waxing eloquent but stupid on a subject about which they know nothing.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah, and it's
You
pretty
know,
much what the creationists will do. They'll shove those people out at you. Well, here's Doctor Arsehole who says that God created the Earth. And it's like, yeah, but is your Doctor Arsehole a geologist or a PhD in what the hell is SJ's PhD? Some business related thing. HR something or other.
oh, and Lisa for truth, I didn't so much used to be a UFO nut as much as I was an elementary school and middle school kid who really wished the world was cooler than it is. And I have to admit, I haven't let go of the I wish it was cooler than it is part, but I'm pretty sure there aren't UFOs under the UVM campus. I'm just saying.
Mm. But
Yeah.
yeah, okay. What do we have over there? Oh Lord. Okay. Yay! I'm gonna have to bookmark this one and hang on to it.
What is it?
It's the song that Robert was quoting. Gute Nacht, Freundin.
Oh, oh, yeah. I won't understand it. Um, I barely even understand the songs that I download that are in Swedish. Like I think I know 12 Swedish words that I could identify by ear. We really need a term for by ear that's like visually. I know orally is a term, but
Mm-hmm.
if you say I understood it orally, people will get the wrong impression.
Yes, they will.
So we need
That's
a better word for that.
that's where enunciation or pronunciation really come in handy.
Mm-hmm.
And of
Mm-hmm.
course they all look at me like I'm from another planet. And maybe I am. I don't know if I am. I'd like to
Oh,
go back. I'm thinking the way you are, but there are the three words that everyone confuse. There's the possessive, the adverb, and the contraction. They are not there, and there.
oh, that.
Yeah, they are, there, and there. Okay, there's a difference. Damn it.
Well, no one's gonna say veer.
Well, that's their fault.
Um, I mean, I will admit there are times when I enunciate on there, like as in
Mm-hmm,
they are
mm-hmm.
going to do something, as opposed to they're going to do something. But it's a very slight difference that I'm not sure everyone picks up on.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm weird. It's just I won't say it's second nature. It's nature. It just falls out. It's the way it is, and I
But there
don't
are
know
some
where.
ways.
Say again.
Well, there are some ways that you've pronounced things that just make me twitch.
Would it be either the way I pronounce?
No, I hate that one, but no, these are more niche things, really. And I'm just like, what? And I'm trying to remember some of them because right now the only ones popping into my head are the way you say Gemini instead of Gemini.
Oh, okay. Yeah, as in Project
You
Gemini.
know,
Yeah.
things like that. But there's another one, and I'm trying to remember what it is that every time you say it, I'm just like, ugh. So I don't know.
Well, there was some
Trying to remember.
argument even back in 1965 about how you wanted to pronounce the name of the constellation or the name of that second manned space program. Yeah, even back then there was okay. Is it Gemini or is it Gemini? Um,
Well, it's clearly Gemini.
and you had people on both sides of the camp, even at NASA. You know, Capcoms would differ. Yeah, Neil
Mm,
Armstrong was a Gemini guy, and trying to think of who was a Gemini guy. It might have been Pete Conrad. Might have been one of them.
and you know what? Uranus is no better than Uranus. Now, maybe if it was Uranus, then you don't have any more connotations, but it's not, and we do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you've
So,
got the person who plays a piano. That's another one that gets the schoolboys giggling.
a pianist,
Yeah,
a pianist.
yeah, so many of them. You know, it's a penis. You know, it's like fuck you. Uh,
Right. Well, I mean, I understand it. That I mean, because it does sound like that. But no, there's just some on it. Now I actually don't remember which you say, but I think you say it properly. Is when people say data instead of data, I kind of want to murder them.
well, there are the data that support that.
Maybe Dadaists who support it.
A A E O U U E. Anyway.
Well, it's still data. That's the word. Stop saying it wrong, or I'll find you and destroy you. I'm just saying. But yeah, so
Now wait a minute. I'm looking red as crazy. You say antibiotics. I hate him. Most Americans pronounce that. Where are we going? What is that? Where are we coming from?
hmm. Well, here's one that man, this drives me up the wall. Is when people say clitoris instead of clitoris.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I do not understand how you're getting clitoris from that, from the way it's spelled. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing about putting the accent in the seconsyllable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what's really fun, I mean, in many much cases, you get just a different sense or a different, you know, one sounds highbrow and the other one sounds like, you know, normal people. But then
Hmm.
you occasionally have the shift in stress produces a different word. Uh, for example, content, content.
Hmm. Yeah,
Interesting how that worked.
it is. And I hate it when I'm trying to think of an example of something and can't do it. Like I've heard it many times, but I heard it and then forgot it, like just because it wasn't important anymore. And now I'm trying to explain it to somebody, and suddenly it's important again. But for the life of me, I can't remember what the hell it was.
Okay, I never done that.
Hmm. Oh well.
Really? Is that the case? I
Oh,
mean, I just
oh, I've got one.
What?
Say the pronunciation of the contraction of cannot.
Can't.
Yeah, it's can't. Not can't, can't.
Well, I can't do that, and I can't do that. I can't do the other thing. Yeah,
It's can't.
it's my vowel set. I mean,
Mm.
I can blame it on that. Yeah, most Americans say antibiotics. Well, that's that whole American I. Whoever came up with that should be shot. Really. For example, the volcanic satellite of Jupiter. It's Io, for Christ's sake.
Is it though?
And it's spelled I-O.
Yeah, but is it really pronounced that way?
Well, I mean, if you look it up in a dictionary, they're going to default to whatever everybody is saying. And yeah, I know. Language is fluid, and it's what the people use and all this. Fuck that.
Well, here's what you want to talk about. Like American pronunciations. I've brought this up before. In Britain, A seems to default to air. Like the way people say air comes out far more than ah or a.
Okay.
For example,
What do you mean?
I've mentioned before how they pronounce the name of the actor Joaquin Phoenix always came out as Whackin' Phoenix.
Eek.
Like not Joaquin, Whacking.
What do you mean, Aunt Omega Nuts?
Oh yeah, the pronounce the word of a parent's a female sibling.
Wait a minute. Okay. That word. You mean daughter?
No. No, a parent's female
Oh,
sibling.
Okay. Aunt. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. They're not a bug. They're not an
Yeah.
ant.
If you want an ant, you go to the insect phylum, or it's not a phylum. It's whatever it is. Yeah. It took me a while to learn that one, by the way, because I grew up in an area where they talk funny.
Okay, according to nineplanets.org, it is in fact pronounced Io, but it says EO is also acceptable.
Okay, then. So I'm a bad girl.
Yes, but not in that spanky way.
Darn
Mhm.
it.
But no, there's a lot of pronunciation. Like I'm trying to think some of the other. Oh yeah. If there is a movie that's a documentary and it's about a specific person, and the word for that is spelled BIOPIC, how would you pronounce that?
Oh, that word that didn't exist until recently. Yeah.
Sure.
That's the one I've only heard as biopic, which is like,
Yeah, but if you're in Britain, it's biopic.
oh, okay, so they are not, if you will, honoring the etymology.
Not at all.
Yeah, because they're looking at it and seeing something that's closer to myopic.
I guess. I just know that biopic, a picture that is a biography, biopic. So,
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. I am looking to try to figure. Okay, I'm gonna, just out of curiosities. Okay, there's that one. And where's this one? There we go. And I'm just curious. And now I want to hear it.
Io.
Hear what?
The word that's, well, it's actually a name that is spelled I-O.
Io.
And then I'm hearing Io but that's in Greek.
Okay. Well, I have a site here, howtopronounce.com.
Yeah,
And it's got a bunch of, let's see what they do.
and they're looking in the States.
Io. 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 Io.
Yeah,
There's
here
not one that says EO.
here
Not
on,
one.
here on Google Translate, what I'm getting is the name of the priestess.
Okay.
Priestess of Hera, who was loved by Zeus. Well, everybody was loved by Zeus. And what's really interesting, though, when I'm looking at Google Translate, I'm looking at the English panel, and in their stupid way of phonetically spelling, which they don't do at all, the primary one is EO. So what they must be. Well, actually, you've got both of them on here. You've got the priestess of Hera, and then you've got one of the Galilean moons. And they don't seem to draw a distinction. So I guess they're doing it wrong or whatever they're doing. Yeah.
Io moon.
Who?
Yeah. They're probably going to say it again. It's a minute-long video.
Io moon.
There we go.
Io moon.
Yep.
Okay, so
So,
I guess the priestess is Io and the moon is Io. Is that the way it works?
well, but I'm pretty sure that the moon is named after the priestess.
Sure is.
And that's actually one thing I've thought about doing with some of the sci-fi that I've wanted to write or work on, is that, like, a lot of ships will have like HMS for Her Majesty's Service or
Mhm.
whatever, and then the name of the ship. And it's inevitably someone from mythology or history or whatever is the name of the ship, whatever. And so I actually thought about having RHF and then the name for each of the ships. And RHF stands for Random Historical Figure.
Beautiful, beautiful. I dearly, 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 dearly love it. Well, this is okay. I mean, this is totally useless information coming up here, but what's really fun with the naming of the planets and their moons, you'll notice that most of the outer planets, anyway, seem to have names that are reminiscent of Greek mythology. I'm saying Roman mythology, like Jupiter and Saturn, that sort of thing. The moons are named mostly for Greek characters in the service of the Greek equivalents of those Roman mythological figures, except for, I believe it was Neptune that was once George's planet, and then became Neptune. But in deference to the fact that it was once called George's planet for King George, the sixth, by the way, not the sixth. I'm sorry, the third. George the Sixth was during World War II. The moons are named for Shakespearean characters.
Now, did this King George actually discover the moon, or was it discovered during his reign and thus credited to him?
During his reign.
Right.
It was William Herschel who made the discovery.
Well, because what popped into my head about that is like the movie Dragon Slayer, where like a wizard and his apprentice did what was necessary to kill the dragon. But at the end, the king goes up to the dragon, takes a sword and places it against the dragon, and like his herald or whatever goes, Cassiodorus Rex, Dragon Slayer, giving all the credit to the king. Yeah.
Yeah, no, William Herschel discovered Neptune, and I love the way Neil deGrasse Tyson described this, because this is where I got this. People like to name things for their patrons and everything else like that. So for a while there was, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and George. But then I guess better minds, better sense came to prevail, but they still wanted to be nice to George, and they did the whole Shakespearean thing.
Well, one thing that's kind of amusing, and darn it, I'm having a hard time finding the picture of it right now. There was a game that came out not too long ago, Star Control Origins, which was sort of a reimagining of a really popular game. They did it well because they actually had people who loved the game the way the fans did making it. But as part of it, they asked people to name some of the planets or the systems simply because there were literally hundreds and they were having a hard time naming all of them. And so, sort of in the, let's call it northeast or northwest corner of the galaxy is a planet called Far.
Ah,
Yes. And I'm trying to find, I have a picture of it. I took a screen cap. I can't find it right now. It's kicking around somewhere, but yeah.
well then,
So I do have a planet named after me, even if it's not, you know, yeah.
Red is crazy. Yes, it is the case that I am named for the namesake of a moon. Um, that
So
whole
you're saying
thing.
you're a bit of a Mooney, are you?
Well, how about loony? That might work a little better.
So you're a Canadian coin?
Yeah, there you go. Oh my.
Eh,
Yeah, but
man, I
I
cannot
chose my name
find.
in honor of the Roman goddess of the moon. So there you go.
Damn
And
it, I cannot find this picture of the planet. Oh well.
and I didn't leave the Greeks out either because my middle name is Athena.
Hmm. I don't know. There are times I think it'd be interesting to, if not actually change my name, modify it a little. Maybe my middle name could be something cooler, but I don't know.
Yeah, I was just about to pose the question. If you got the chance or inclination or whatever to change your name, do you have any preferences?
Well, I mean, I like Kate. It's a good name. And my middle name is Haley, like the comet, so that doesn't need to be changed either. But at the same time, I'm sure I could come up with something really neat as oh, here's the planet, as another name. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I would change it. Maybe I'd change my last name to something a little more interesting, maybe something easier to pronounce. I don't know. But yeah, so if you look,
Okay.
that planet right there is named Far. Here, I'll zoom in.
There we are. Yay, 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 yay.
Yeah, so I do in fact have a planet named after me. It may be a fictional planet, but it's a goddamn planet.
It's
Do you remember
smiling.
when there were those like services out there that would say they'd name a star after you,
Sure
but
do.
really it was just a piece of paper business, and they would not actually like NASA would not be calling the star whatever they named it for you. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If it was more official, I would have gone for it, but it's just a piece of paper that means nothing to anyone besides you.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, darn it. But yeah, Red, I did get to choose my own name. Yay! Well, you were saying that earlier, I think, Kate. That I don't, really, I'm thinking everyone should get to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that it should wait a couple of years.
Oh, sure.
You
Yeah.
know, just because, like I say, there's going to be kids walking around with their, I don't know, their first person shooter character name or whatever. as their name. And it's going to be like, okay, I don't really want to call you Big Nuts 69 or whatever you decide to call yourself online.
There you are.
Really don't want to say that. So bounds of reason, I suppose.
I
But
don't
still,
know. Yeah, I don't know if it would help. To ow,
don't do that.
a little bit of a muscle cramp there, under here. So it's not the neck. I love it.
Uh,
Oh
no,
my.
I rigged those up. They did not stay on very well, which is a shame. But I built them into some headphones, some like wireless head. Well, not wireless because you can see the wire, but I tried to like attach those little curly thingies, the little antennae into them,
Mm-hmm.
and they were balanced poorly and didn't stay in. But it was still an entertaining little experiment.
Yeah, I was thinking that I don't know if it would help at all to have the person wait until he, she, whatever, is able to enter into a contract. You know, that age of majority thing. Um,
Mhm.
I don't know if that would because okay, maturity comes so late anymore. I mean,
Yeah.
really, I'm going to sound like I'm going to say get off my lawn any minute now, but I mean, even 30-year-olds impress me as kids anymore.
Oh, I don't think I've grown up, and I don't really want to.
Well, the whole thing is you have avoided growing up in a good way.
Well, yes. Yeah, I was having fun. You know. But anyway, have you ever wanted to see me as the Grinch?
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
Yeah. Hmm?
You're a mean one, Miss Kate.
Yeah, I've often said I would make a damn good Batman villain. I mean that sort of evil grin I had on my face there.
There you are. Yeah.
I've got a picture that may or may not go against the terms of service on YouTube. I don't
Oh
know.
boy.
Um,
Let's see if we can get me thrown off. Yeah.
well, the whole like Fremont Solstice parade that I would do in Seattle where
Uh
I'd
huh.
rollerblade
Uh
and
huh. Uh
painted.
huh.
Well,
Uh huh.
once
Uh
I
huh.
had tiger stripes on and they tanned into my skin.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I
beautiful.
was actually walking around for months because it was Seattle and there was hardly any sun, with tiger stripes all over me, just
Oh
tanned into my
my.
flesh.
Okay, I've got nothing that dramatic, but what's really interesting, when I went to Kentucky back in July, for the protest, the Ark and Counter protest, I wore a pair of sandals, which had some
Mm,
cutouts in the. You had the where you fit the toes in, and there was a strap over the top of the foot, and then around to a little buckled
sure.
thing going on. I had used the sunblock everywhere, but I'd forgotten my feet. I still
Mm.
have the tan marks
What now?
now.
Hey.
They are much faded, but I still have them. Yeah, the
Well, the medic alert bracelet tan line seems to have gone away mostly. So,
okay. Um yeah, when the feet tanned, oh my word, they were I'm trying to look for a good shade of brown here cuz they were, oh god, the feet were dark. Um
so you know how we're always saying that Aaron Ra kind of looks like a Klingon?
uh-huh, 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 uh-huh.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, yeah.
He is such a sweetie. I love that man. I really do.
I mean, I figure if you're going to do it, you might as well own it, right?
Right. Um, I know I've spoken of it already, but it still just impresses the shit out of me when I walked onto the green, um, and there he is, schooling some Christians. He gets. Oh, and by the way, we already knew each other. We had worked together online, so that we need that. And I walked up and, hey, do I know you? Have I seen you somewhere before? And he's like, yeah, how are you? Not wide open at the whole bit. And it's like, God, you're
Yeah. Oh, and
happy to see me? Why?
that is crazy. Yes, Tivas. I've gotten Tivas tans before. Absolutely.
Wait, Tivas? What?
The sandals.
Oh,
Tivas.
okay.
Yeah. But I have another picture, again, very not safe for work. But I could show it if you want to risk it. See, the thing is that at the club that I went to in Seattle, there was a guy, his name's Pax, who would walk around with tape on his belt. And so, what some people would do is go into a secluded part of the bar, take off the shirt, take off the bra, tape up the nipples, and just walk around topless in the bar.
Oh,
And
jeez.
I have a picture of me necking with this rather hot chick. Wearing nipple tape. Both of us are just wearing nipple tape. I don't know if anyone
I've
even wants
seen
to
it.
see that.
I've seen
Oh,
it.
you have?
You've showed it to
Okay.
me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
black tape, wasn't it? Or real
I
dark
have
blue?
black, she has blue.
Okay, yeah, it was one of those really dark colors that in a photograph are hard to tell apart. Yes. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, of course, again, here's the problem with my taste in women. She turned out to be an addict too. And when she kicked the habit, she ballooned up to Stay Puft Marshmallow Man sizes. But man, why do I keep like falling for addicts? I don't know.
I don't know. It's
I gotta
weird.
stop doing that. Like, none of them have been abusive or anything. They've just been like trouble.
And okay, now here's the thing though. You do or do not know that they are addicts at the time you're falling for them.
Usually not. But given how many of them I've ended up attracted to,
So that
there's got to be a pattern of like, here's what I found attractive enough to even consider like pursuing any attraction whatsoever. There has to be something common to all of
yeah,
us.
I'm wondering, some personality quirk or type or whatever you want to call it, or
Well,
um,
I know that Mary and Flea both had very similar looks. Like not just facially, although that was kind of similar too, but also their manner of dress and the way they carried themselves. Their outward appearance, both physically and socially, were very similar.
okay then.
Yeah. So I mean, ugh, I don't know. I don't know. It's just I've got to stop finding that attractive.
Well, I kind of know the feeling, if you will. I mean, I wouldn't know anymore. But I had a record of falling for abusive types.
Mm.
So, what are you gonna do? Like five in a row.
Complain.
Yeah, there you go. And then people, oh, you're just whining. Oh, poor me. Oh, poor me.
Mm.
No,
I don't
it ain't like
know.
that, lady. But
And there's just me being a goof on Halloween.
all right,
You know.
were you trying for the Exorcist look there?
No, I just thought candy corn as teeth would be funny.
Okay, because it almost looks like you did something to your complexion as well, to
Well,
resemble
you
that.
know how cameras react to light.
Okay,
So,
I forget what the girl's name was, but yeah.
I remember the actress's name
Yeah, that
because
was
in The Exorcist it was Linda Blair.
right. Yeah,
I do not remember the name of the character.
Right. Okay. Well, no big deal. Um,
Mm. And then, of course, I've got a picture that looks kind of like an album cover for a bad '90s alternative band.
oh no! Oh my!
Am I right? Bad '90s
Oh my!
alternative band album cover, right the hell there.
I mean, jeez, can you say mescaline?
You got to admit that is exactly what that image is. I'm just saying. I say a lot.
Yeah, but I like to hear it.
Well, you know. So when I heard that they were coming out with a movie called The Last Jedi, I kind of felt the need to make a picture kind of missing the point deliberately.
Jeez.
You know, it's The Last Starfighter, The Last Jedi, you get the idea.
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm starting to think food might be a good idea.
That might not be a bad idea for both of us, to tell you the absolute truth. Yeah, I've I've got a pot full of rice in the defriginator that I am going to turn into fried rice while a camera is recording what I'm doing
It's funny
to
you
it.
mention, because fried rice was my intent as well.
Oh,
I know you say you have not looked at my unboxing video,
not yet. No.
but one of the things that someone sent me was some more of that Chinese barbecue sauce.
Ooh, yay!
And so I have some pork marinating in the fridge right now, and it's waiting to be barbecued.
I'm gonna have to decide whether or not I want to spend some money on pork before the month is over. I mean, I've got poultry up there, like in the freezer, like you wouldn't believe. Parts of two turkeys. Well, most of one of them is gone already, but there's still another one that's waiting to be eaten. It's roasted and everything, and then there's the one that's still frozen. Um, and then, of course, I've got some chicken breasts left over from buying them last month. One thing I might do is, I don't know if you do this very much at all, I can get bags of chicken leg quarters, 10 pounds for maybe $7. And they make fairly decent chicken soup or chicken and rice. Um, and, like I say, 69 cents a pound, how can you lose, really?
Well, I mean, you could.
Yeah, I mean, it could all be, it
It,
could be all bone and cartilage, but
I mean, it depends also on how old it is. I mean, the number of times I've bought some food that was on sale only to discover it was on sale because it was this close to going bad.
oh, okay. Not that kind of old. No, these are regularly done 10-pound bags of
Oh
leg
no,
quarters.
no, not what I meant. Not
Oh,
what I
okay.
meant. I'm saying that like just if you get cheap food because it's on sale, sometimes the reason it's on sale is because it's old.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that I get. Yeah, because, I mean, these particular leg quarters, very often I've got them the same. While the guy is stocking the brand new, you can look at the dates and everything. I'm picking one out while he's stocking them in there. Do I have a PayPal account? I most certainly do, Amiga Nuts. Yes. Um, which reminds me that, yeah, I've got one of those send money things going. um, begging for help with that hardware that I want for later to help out with this channel. Hopefully, it would be a little bit better. Um, I want to go. I'm already doing one monitor connected to two computers. What I want to end up with is the two computers, each of which can be connected to two monitors, which would make my broadcast stuff a little bit easier. Right now, I got to flip windows all over hell. Um, and you're looking under this, and where did I put the YouTube thing and everything else, and then with two screens, it might be a little bit easier, and I might be able to do a couple other things. We'll see. Like I said, I'd like to do it by my birthday, so I've got time. Um, 5 months.
Yeah.
There are no commas in space. Of course.
I think I get it.
Okay, I'm not getting it. Oh, tiste perrada pal colagorapatienta icaras de berundi.
Ish skidder and what and chew.
Absolutely.
Mm.
It's red is crazy. Yeah, the stuff is down in the lower left-hand corner here. Everything's keyed the same way, basically. So, my Twitter is Lavender Lady Zero. My Facebook is Lavender Lady Diana. My email is declarion at thelavenderlady.org. And my Patreon is, the Lavender Lady. One of those things you never figure, you would never ever know where I got that Lavender Lady thing going, but what the hell. Yeah, there was actually somebody out there who thought that I'm calling myself the Lavender Lady because I like lavender. And yes, I do love lavender. I really do. The main reason I call myself the Lavender Lady is because lavender and queer. Yeah, that sort of thing.
I never would have gotten that. I never would have made that connection.
Oh, okay. Okay. I do, however, want to try to plant some lavender again this year and see if I can hide it from the landlord's lawnmower and see if I can get it to grow. Couple of places I've rented already. There was one when I first came out here, and along the walk to get to the door, there was a tulip garden. Until the landscaping guy or whatever the hell he called himself that the landlord hired to take care of the lawn chopped it right down like an idiot. Um, okay, now as far as the PayPal is, what I will do is put up the link to the begging for money thing, which is running until April. Because I'm trying to remember exactly how you put your PayPal thing. Okay, in general, how do you put your PayPal thing up there so people can send you a largesse?
Up where?
A link to the PayPal so you can put it up on the screen and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, that's the end screen is what that is.
Well, I mean, what is my PayPal link? I mean, how do I put it together? I'm not sure I know how to get
that.
it.
I don't even know anymore because it's been so long and I just have it in a text file for cut and paste.
Okay,
So I don't
okay.
actually know off the top of my head.
Gotcha.
I'm sure there's something here in my profile that will do it, but I don't know. Let me have a look here, because I can just look at that text file that I have with the link and the thing. except I'm not sure if it'll do any good because I think I recently changed it to one of those Bitly links just in case. One of the reasons that YouTube was demonetizing all my shit was because they didn't like the link being there.
Okay. Oh man, Robert, I love that. Yes, that's I love that, Kate. Even YouTubers
What?
need Ferraris.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh
what's
boy.
especially amazing is you got Seth to do that.
Yeah, well, he's a really nice guy and he
Oh, he's a
totally
beaut.
jumped at the opportunity.
It's such a big sweet. You know, he's another one. I'm kind of disappointed I won't be meeting him in person anytime soon. But I've
Mm.
called into his show a number of times, and the second time I called in, it's hi, it's Diana. And Diana, hi, how you doing? You remember me? Of course I do. And it's like, why?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how I got that link and I don't see it because when I took the link for my donation on my PayPal page, it ended up being this long string of characters, and I was like, so I'm gonna have to try to find it
Okay,
somewhere.
what is my PayPal address to receive money? Let's look at that one. Is the email address on your PayPal account? So you can double check the address by going to the profile. It's the only one.
Oh no, that's
Oh,
sending.
okay. So if you want that, um, okay, if this thing's telling me the absolute truth and it isn't old or anything like that, it would be my email address, which is on screen. I'm sorry, not that one, not that one. That's the new thing I've done. So
Well, let's see.
okay, over in the side chat is the one. If it's still doing it, that's the email address you would use.
Hold on.
Okay, wait a minute.
Is it your full email address or just the everything before the at?
What, the one I just typed?
No. You're saying that it wants your email address somehow to be your PayPal thing?
Yeah, when I'm looking at this thing, did I put it away? I put it away. It said the email address that's connected to your PayPal account. So to send me an email, you would use declarion at fnordnet.net. Well, that's one of them anyway. I mean, I have so many email addresses, I forget how many email addresses I have. I mean, really, I do. Okay, wait. Create a PayPal me link. Okay, I'm going to look at this and see here. Wait a minute now. Okay, we're going to do this and see if that does it. Oh, I'm not using that one anymore. Okay. Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick. Don't do this to me.
What's happening?
I'm not remembering my email to log into. I'm sorry, password to log into PayPal. Wait a minute. Okay, Bing. Oh,
I
boy, moi.
if I actually do want to make that pork fried rice, I think I've mentioned it before. I certainly did in the video you haven't watched. That cooking the pork takes about an hour if you do it right. I should probably get started.
Oh, okay then. That might not be a bad
Well,
idea. I mean, if you're going to be, let's see, it's 1627 hours here, so it'll be 1327 hours. Um, okay, if you did that, you might be eating by, 1500 hours or something like that, your time.
something like that. I mean, the thing is that, like, it's a hell of a commitment to make the pork because you want to make sure that the barbecue sauce doesn't burn. So you have to
Uh
cook it on a
huh.
very low setting and flip it every couple of minutes and then rebaste it sometimes. Otherwise, it will burn and it's not pleasant when it's burned. So,
Oh
as I say,
my.
cooking it is one hell of a commitment, and so I couldn't even, like, get it started and then come back to this. I'd have to keep leaving and coming back and leaving and coming back, and that wouldn't be good for anybody unless they don't want me to come back.
I want you to come back. Please come back.
Well, I
Please, please,
figured, but
please, please.
so, like I say, if I'm gonna cook that, I should probably get started. Otherwise, I should decide to keep letting the pork baste and just, or sorry, marinate and just make some pasta or something.
Oh my.
So
Well,
it's really one or the other.
well, I will leave the choice to you. It sounds like you're kind of hankering for pork fried rice.
I kind of am.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's have you do
Yeah.
that, and then that way,
Okay.
what I will
Well,
do as well is I will do my turkey fried rice over here, uh,
that just sounds weird.
with the cubed up frozen peas and carrots and a chopped up onion and yeah, I told you I eat cheap.
Mm. Well, hey, I've got the diced up frozen carrots and peas myself.
Okay then. Yeah, I mean
So
when for 88 cents a bag, and then you've got I think it's three-quarter pound or something like that. So that's not bad, really. Well, it's Squall Mart, you know.
hmm. Also, there's a video that I've been keeping in a tag or a tab rather that I kind of want to watch. It's an adorable toddler makes heavy metal song about his love for chicken nuggets, and I'm very curious.
Oh,
So
shit.
yeah.
Oh my, you're gonna have to retweet that if it turns out to be good.
Well, I can, let's see, copy, and let me make sure that this will really take us to the same place because I truncated the URL a smidge. No, this does not take us to the same place. Let me get the whole thing. Oh wait, that's why I didn't copy enough of the URL. Don't you hate it when like the URL wouldn't be all that long if it weren't for the fact that they decided to tag your Facebook ID onto the end of it as tracking data.
Yeah, uh-huh.
But there we go. Adorable toddler makes heavy metal song about his love for chicken nuggets right there in the chat.
Oh
So yeah.
yay, oh yay, oh yay. Okay, we are going to open the link in the new tab, and then we are going to put it on. Oh no.
Anyway,
I mean,
I'll
just
catch you
seeing the
looking
screen
at it
that comes up.
later.
Okay.
Have fun. Don't get horribly burned alive by any monsters or anything, the usual.
Well,
So,
thanks for coming by. I love every time you come by, Kate. And,
well, I enjoy being here.
aw.
Anyway, laters.
Take care. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. And that means that, okay, you got two of me up there, so we're going to fix that. And I am really, 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 really amazed that this whole thing actually actually worked. It's not going to work the next time I try to do it. Okay, understand that. It's just fucking with me right now. Sometimes you have problems where something just goes totally south, and then other times you've got the intermittent problem. Well, those are bad enough where usually works, but every now and then, totally at random, it decides it's not going to work. And then in this case, you have the sort of intermittent where it intermittently works. It's usually, but like once every 90 or 95 startups, it actually works right. And yes, happens to be one of them. I'm amazed. I'm totally amazed. I don't know how the heck that ever happened. Trying to figure out, there's a sound I'm hearing. Oh, it's coming from a broadcast machine. I hope it's not bad bearings. We'll find out someday. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Isn't that great? More of me than he ever wanted to see the entire life, right? Okay then, and yeah, it's 16:33 hours. So we've been here 4.5 hours. That's more than enough for anybody, isn't it? So I'll tell you what, peoples. Yeah, there are 9 of you still here. It amazes me, really, it does. I want to thank all of you who are here. I want to thank all of you who are not here. It's going to sound like shit, I know, but I love doing this for you guys. Were it not for you, I might still be here, but it wouldn't be as much fun. So, thank you, each and every one of you. Thank you, my viewers. Thank you, my patrons. And all this other good stuff. Because Coffee with Lavender is indeed so much fun. Really is, especially with you watching. So, I guess... says the girl who does 11-hour streams. Yeah, as a matter of fact. Oh, today is not one of them. It really isn't. Because what I'm going to do when I'm done here, I'm going to do that fried rice. I'm going to be running a camera on it. And once I get it all edited and stuff, I will upload it to my other channel. I don't know if all of you know about it. I will take a moment to shamelessly plug. We will have, let's see, the transgendered chef. Huh. There it is. Hello. And what we will do is, oh my word, how did this happen? I have 42 subscribers there. That amazes the heck out of me. It really does. And let's put that there. My my fried rice making is going to end up over there on the channel whose link I placed in the thingy-do. Yay! Tesu. I'm a sick piece of work. I do have to do more there. One of the difficult things about putting films up to that channel is to do a recipe there. I of course buy the stuff And of course, well, there's some dollars involved there. But the other thing I have to do is I have to eat the stuff after I cook it. And I'm trying to lose weight, okay? Really, 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 I am. I'm actually below 210, which thrills me to no end. I'm at my lowest since I quit smoking a year and a half ago. Um, God, it's when I quit smoking, I ballooned up from I think it was about 205 to 240, and the last I don't know, the last 9 months or so have been a struggle to finally get rid of some of that weight. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We're going to see what happens pretty soon. I had hit a wall at 205 a few years ago. I was in the other place, so it was probably about 3 years ago. No matter what I did, I couldn't get below 205 and stay there. So we're going to see what happens this time. Because it's getting to the point where bending over to tie my shoes is uncomfortable. And that's not a good thing. Really, it's not. And then when I thought I was going to be going to Faithless Forum, I was doing the whole vanity thing. I wanted to look good and everything else. And, well, yeah, that's impossible, but that's beside the point, old, fat, and ugly over here. Yeah, most people do gain. And it just amazed the heck out of me that it was, 35 pounds. And I was already overweight. Okay. What I would like is, okay, I'd like to see if I couldn't make it to Faithless Forum 2021 and be at my target by then, which is 160. I remember being at 160 and it felt really good. I really liked it. But I don't know, maybe I wouldn't like it anymore because the last time I was at 160, I was 22 years old. Little while ago. So we'll see what happens there. And especially, if it ends up in a hotel with a swimming pool and stuff like that. I've got a couple swimsuits here, and I'll do it. Yeah, I'll go out in a swimsuit. What the hell, right? It would be so much nicer if I could get a little work done on this bod, like have the rack that does not come off with my bra. Yeah, I'm giving it a try, Red. Really, it's I'm losing right now at the rate of about a pound in 5 days. So at 160, I was 22 years old. So that was 40 years ago. Yeah, I just don't know if that's going to be a little too low. I know for a fact that 140 is too low because I got down that far during a homeless period where I was not eating well at all, in addition to being homeless. And, oh, Lord, yeah, that was horrible. So I don't know. What I'm going to do is on my way down, I'm going to keep an eye on myself, see how I feel and everything else. I might end up stopping at 180. So, yeah, they did that. And then the other thing they did was the Louis B. Mayer thing. which is what screwed Judy Garland up for life. You know, the diet pills and all that bullshit. Yeah, and yeah, what's really fun is I'm having fun with it. Um, got a spreadsheet that knows what a linear regression is. So I'm keeping a trend line. So I know, yeah, the slope of the trend line is minus 0.19 something or other. So about a fifth of a pound per day. Oh my, that would be way too late for me. Yeah. As I say, I'd been down to 140. Yeah, absolutely. And then I don't want to go down too fast. I mean, I don't want to have too much sag going on. I mean, I'm already getting a little bit saggy, and that's not fun. And just, you generally feel like shit. Um, Now, this is the thing, though. Listening to my body. I don't know. Do I need to put an ear to my elbow, or something like that? I don't know. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Shut up, Clarion. Yeah. So we're just gonna take care of a few things, and I like it, Hunt. I was always big. I was always above the weight everybody said I should be. Um, I mean, I'm 8 years old and I'm wearing the size that they call husky, sort of like what Sears used to call pretty plus. And oh, great. Well, the interesting thing is that the way I grew was really, really screwy. I grew like a girl. Um, I started puberty at, I don't know, maybe early in being 8 years old. I was finished by 14. So you had that going on. As I say, I always weighed more than people said I should. Um, let's see, at the age of 14, 5'9", 175, if I remember correctly. Um, so that's how that went. I mean, I definitely had adult dimensions. Such is the life, basically, the way that goes. And okay, yes, while we're at it and everything like that, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to say thanks everybody. Really, thanks everybody. You're beautiful people. You beautiful people, man. Love doing this. So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to be doing next Sunday for a theme. I do know that let's see here. Sunday the 23rd, I'm going to be closing off the fundraiser that Purple Rhymes with Orange has going. He's trying to get some money together to be able to move to Minneapolis. I'm sorry, not Minneapolis, St. Cloud, Minnesota. And I'm closing off that fundraiser and everything. So be sure to tune in to Purple, and also tune into my show on the 23rd. And if you've got a couple extra bucks or something, throw it his way. If you've got a couple extra bucks and a choice between throwing it my way and his way, throw it his way. Seriously. Amiga Nuts, there's something interesting. I wouldn't mind doing a live cooking show. This one is filmed for, before a live studio audience consisting of Sylvia, but it's all edited and, pre-prepared, when I put it up. But doing it live, that would be, broadcasting it live would be amazing. The thing is, I would need a camera crew. I would need a producer, that sort of thing. And I'm in no position to have any of that stuff at this point, because you really have to make it worth your time and effort and everything else. And I'm not rolling in anything, and I can't afford to be rolling in anything, because if I make too much, I could run into some problems with my housing and everything else like that. So we'll have to see what happens with that. But that's how that works. And speaking of my live studio audience, I see she's asleep over there on the bed. And let's see here. Hang on. Let's see if we can do this before I go. Oh my! Okay, there. Oh, she woke up. There she is. She's going night-night. My audio, we'll see what happens. Let me look at it and see how it's looking. Okay, we have the sound and we have the input, and it is a bit low. Yeah. Let's see if that helps at all. Right before the show ends. Really? I don't know, Red. You better watch it. You could steal a girl's heart. You know that. Oh, my. There we are. How do you like that? So there's there, and everything is good, and everything is beautiful in its own way. Yes, and slumbering kitty. Me. Yeah, I would like to be a kitty with a good human. I hope I'm a good human. Am I a good human? Well, you haven't run away yet, so door can be hanging open, and she'll look at the door. She'll look at me. Look at the door. Look at me. Hey, human, door's open. You might want to close it. And, oh, Lord, there's a ton of airspace. There, that's a little bit better. And, yay. And good stuff. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen Sassy's streams lately. But okay then. And I'm going to get to the fried rice, and my cat won't go up. Oh my. I've thought of getting a friend for Sylvia, but I don't know what the landlord would think of it, and I don't know what Sylvia would think of it. Because, it's been her and me for, 2.5 years now. So, We will indeed see how that works. Oh my, catless for 2 years, we can't have that. No, everybody needs a cat. Me. Me. Oh my, okay, and yeah, I keep threatening and I'm not doing anything about it, and okay, yeah, I want to thank everybody who's here, everybody who's not here, and some final words, if you will. Oh my, you're lucky, Robert. Yeah, that doesn't work too well, Colleen. Definitely not. But excuse me. Yeah, I'll get on to some fried rice, and before it gets too dark, because oh my word, it's nearly 1700 hours. It's not pitch dark out here yet, but neither is it high noon. You know, so that's just the way it works on that. So yeah, here we go. One last time. Thanks a lot, everybody, and thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.